I've got two souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs spoon. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make a man and some pressure make a gemstone. Trying to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Ninja boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. And I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got two souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs slow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Van Gogh. Get it from my mama, hip so thick that I need tempo. Personality, spicy body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu, since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace my headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing. You need endurance to go in, I got mileage on this pen. I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. Turn all of my
Hello, everyone, and welcome. This is Lady Freedom here, coming in with another raw narrative. And I'm so sorry, guys. I don't know why the dual streaming thing is, but it's doing it again tonight. So I don't turn it off, and I can see you in the chat. Hey, Kiki and Brad. Also, I see Andrea. Good to see you guys. Thanks for being here. Linda Hall, Kelly Holcomb. Hey, guys. I can see you guys on my one live stream, but I can't see you on my other one, which is really strange. Let me see if I can fix it really quick. Hi, Jessica. Thank you for being here.
Hi, Lady Freedom. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome, hon. I'm so sorry. I'm going to see if I can't get my comments up here. If not, I'm just going to read them as I go. Like if we get a good question or something like that. Just bear with me one moment here. So I put up a video earlier today, guys, of some of the crazy stuff that's been going on in Devlin's case and some things that I think that we need to address. So we're going to do that tonight. But first, I wanted to just kind of tell Devlin's story about him being missing because that's the main reason that, you know, we're here, right? So, um, I absolutely want to start out that way. And Jessica, if you will, just kind of tell us about your son Devlin and about how he's missing.
Devlin is my firstborn. He was born May 26th of 2006. He made me a mom. He's the oldest of four. And he went missing on April 21st at 8:21 in the morning. The last time I heard from him was 2 days before he went missing.
Right. And so that would have been the day before Easter Sunday, just this year, I should say.
Yes,
So he has Easter Sunday over at the church with Lorraine and Sandra. And then they go over back to Tamara's house. And he goes to bed. I guess after he comes home, his curfew is at 10 o'clock. I'm still kind of piecing together some of those details. But then he leaves the house around 7:30 in the morning. And 8:21 he uses his bank card at Carl's supermarket. So he did go out on foot. He walked to town, used his bank card last at Carl's, and then it's
his EBT card.
yes, his EBT card at Carl's supermarket, buys something to eat, something to drink, and then he heads over to Laco Laundry, right? And he is charging his phone, talking to Matt Tate, and trying to get a hold of Sandra, right? And then we're not sure what happened after that. Can you walk us through what it was like getting a phone call that people were panicked about Devlin? Can you kind of just walk us through that again?
I mean, at first I didn't think much of it other than the fact that he does have a 10 o'clock curfew. Devlin was never home like at a set time at night. He was out for all hours of the night. He was getting locked out because of it. Um, so I mean, I am the one that told Sabrina to call the cops initially. He had a 10 o'clock curfew. He had court the next day, and I would rather have him be pissed off at us, because we called the cops because he missed curfew, rather than not know where my son is. I'm the one that told Sabrina to call the cops. But initially, I didn't think much of it.
Sure, because you were thinking, well, as long as we call if we were to call him in, then at least they're looking for him if people were worried about him. So I can understand that point of view. And so did they call you back after the police were called, or were you guys in some communications after that, or how did that happen?
We were in communication for probably the first few weeks of Devlin's disappearance. When stuff started getting shady and I started ending up with the thoughts that I have now is basically when I stopped contact with them.
Okay. And so now it's been 7 months, right?
It's been almost 7 months. It'll be 7 months on the 21st.
So yeah, we're moving quite along here. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to um oh, Rosebud is in here. I'm trying to read the chat on the other thing. I apologize, Jessica. So Rosebud says, what do you mean by shady?
anything that is posted on Sabrina's page has to be approved by her. I was being silenced for the first half of the investigation or Devlin's disappearance. The whole thing with the T-shirts and the signs with my son's face on them for his disappearance. First, they were supposed to be free. Then she started charging for them. There is a woman in Baldwin, Michigan that is like an aunt to me because I dated her nephew back in the I guess early 2000s still, but it was after Devlin was born. Way after Devlin was born, I dated her nephew. So I still refer to her as Aunt Dot. She lives in Baldwin, Michigan, and I reached out to Sabrina and I questioned her, are the shirts and signs for free or are you charging for them because Dot wants a shirt and a sign but cannot afford to purchase one? She assured me, and I have text message or Facebook Messenger proof of this. She assured me that the shirts and the signs were free. To this day, Dot does not have a shirt or a sign for my son. She was charging for the shirts and the signs, and the people that wanted one that could not afford them did not get them. To this day, she still doesn't have one. When it came to the reward money and people donating to the reward money, I tried Western Unioning her $150 to go towards that reward money, but my money wasn't green enough for Sabrina. I wasn't able to I wasn't able to donate to my own son's reward fund. I mean, good thing I didn't because it got stolen anyway, but that's besides the point, She could take money from the community, but she couldn't take money from the bio mom.
Well, and that's why I added in the old fart at the end because I don't know if he has anything to do with it, but I know that, if you were to start a GoFundMe, it's two separate things. It's not, where, it's like if I did one and you did one and I did bad with mine, but you didn't do bad with yours, right? I mean, we have to give each other a chance to, make a decision.
So the person
Everyone
that
has
you
choices.
the guy that you put, it's funny that you bring that up. The guy that you put at the end of that clip, he has a problem with the GoFundMe that you created for me.
Right.
I ended up taking down the post that I posted it up on, I believe it was Devlin Tate Informed, and I reposted it on there, and he was in the comments making remarks about I'm trying to profit off of my son's disappearance. No, I am trying to get back to Michigan and try to find out what happened to my son. If I could have gone back when I originally wanted to go back and I had the money to go back, I would have been there by now, but law enforcement told me to stay here.
Yeah. Well, there's about a million reasons why you're not there. And I understand all of them. I mean, it's a tough situation that you've been put into. It's very unexpected. And, no matter what everybody thinks or says, not everybody is right. I mean, people are going to have their opinions. And, I'm not mad at this guy for having an opinion, but I think it's pretty bad if you're trolling the mother of a missing child who's just trying to do everything she can do.
I just want to come home.
Good to see you, Joe. Hey, Carrie. No, I mean, and that's the thing. I mean, my problem with all of this is that it's way too much for a missing child's case. It's just way too much. And I'll tell you, very disheartening to me, because as I looked back at the messages and I was kind of piecing together your messages with my messages, I realized that, even though I'm trying to prevent, right, this craziness from entering into, like, Sebastian Rogers' case, turning out like Sebastian Rogers' case, all of the nastiness, all of the crap that has happened in his case, lo and behold, there's little trolls and people causing trouble in Devlin's case already, and they have been for quite a while. And then along with this reward money, we have Mary in it, who's friends with Panda Bear's mom. What is really happening right now? What is really happening, and who is involved, and why are people inserting themselves? If they're not initially involved, which I'm not a conspiracy theorist by any means, but what the heck is going on? It's weird. It's weird.
Yeah, and when it comes to the GoFundMe too, this Mary chick, and I don't know her either, and I've had a very, very brief conversation with her with text messages to prove everything. She was in the comments of the GoFundMe or something too, after I brought her up to a friend of mine, and I didn't even mention her name, but she was in the comments saying that I was pissed off because she wouldn't give me any of the reward money for Devlin. Excuse me, ma'am, but I never asked you for a dime. What I asked you is if you would be willing to hire a real licensed private investigator. That's what I asked you. I never asked you for a dime of that money.
Right, and that was another issue that I found to be really sad, right? Like, because when I'm reading these, and then I get upset, about it, so then mad comes into play too, I guess, and I'm trying to, hold my cool. We've been trying to hold our cool for a while, though, because you and I have kind of known about some of this stuff, and let me go back. This old fart is really not too much of my concern. I just thought I'd add him in the end for good measure. Um, but really, I cover true crime here, not drama. I try not to do drama, but here she comes anyway, and then walks Panda Bear's mom, right? With this crap. And this is someone who has been telling people initially about Devlin's case, which let me just ask you how you feel about that really quick, because you're his mom.
Okay, so I have a very, very big issue with this right here. And, I brought this up. We had spoken about this in a previous live. And at that point, I was nice and I didn't drop any names. But I made it a point to state the fact that I wasn't very happy about people trying to profit off of my son's case or put words in my mouth because somebody had said that I wasn't ready to talk. Well, now I'm not going to be so nice and I am going to name drop. Panda Bear's mom, aka Laura Cobb. I do not know this woman. I have not been working with her since day one on this case. I do not talk to her on a daily basis. This woman is the same woman who went behind my back and is telling people that I'm not ready to talk about my son's case when I've been ready to talk since day one. This is the woman who is making keychains with my son's face on it and selling them for profit. You're trying to get my son's name and face out there? Okay, that's one thing. Give them away. Do not try to make money off of my son's disappearance. That is in no way, shape, or form right.
No, and well, and that was part of why I was taken back by that, and that was part of why I stopped talking with Panda. But then I realized, like, when I went back over everything, I'm like, well, there was numerous instances where I thought, I don't want her representing my channel or affiliated it whatsoever. And Joe, no, I agree about the private investigator, right? We need to find somebody good up in Michigan. We really need calling all Michigan, somebody in Michigan. And some people will take these cases pro bono too, Jessica. That is a really good idea too, Joe. You just made me think like, thank you, Andrea. No, I mean, this is the thing about it. We didn't want to call anybody out because we didn't want anybody to get, like infights and stuff, and or just any of it, but the thing is that when you're doing wrong in a case like this, you shouldn't just be able to skate by and keep doing. I mean, she's done numerous things,
Yesterday she went too far.
it's too far, right? And then like when I found out she was talking bad about me, and then there was the Tia Randall stuff was upsetting to you, but we'll get
Oh my
into it.
God.
We will. I just kind of want to show everybody really quick. So when I first started talking with Panda Bear's mom, she sent me Devlin's flyer, which is really, really nice, right? It gives all the information on it. I don't know who made this, but they did a good job, I think. This is the initial poster. So this is what I was reading, and this happened on April 26th. Right, because she came into my live stream and she said, "Could you please talk about Devlin?" And I said, "Yeah." I said, "When would you like to come up on a panel?" So here we go. This is Laura and I's conversation on the April 26th, right? And it's just really quick. Guys, I try to get back with the emails, right? I'm horrible. But I promised her that I would take a look at Devlin's case. Well, here's our conversation now. You can see her as Laura Cobb. And just she did say her name on my show, so it's not like we're doxing her or anything. So, but I know you're upset. But I know, it's not like we are doxing her or anything. She's, well done to that herself. But so I said, "Hey, Laura, I just wanted to reach out to you about some times you are available to do a live this week. I'm in an Eastern Standard Time zone. Also, would his mother like to come up and talk? If so, let me know and we can plan for that as well. All of my love, Trisha." I go by Trisha, right? And so that's that. And the next thing she sends me is, "No, Devlin's bio mom is so busy with her 3-year-old son. He has NPO, which is nothing by mouth, guys. But it's not like a disorder, right? So constantly feeding him in the tube. I know I can trust her more, but I don't trust the Tates. I block the Tates. As far as getting me on during the day works best. Wednesday I have a dentist appointment, but as far as that, the rest I'm free." And she's telling me that she's working with Town Chat Cafe. And I said, "Okay, fantastic. That was never on the schedule, but if they're working on it, okay. More power to them. That's wonderful." So this is going to be a little bit long. I said, "I'm sorry to hear about Devlin's mom and a little brother situation. I went to nursing school, so I know that NPO is nothing by mouth. That's something that is actually quite normal in the medical world, though. So it does make me curious why she wouldn't want to consider speaking with me or coming up on a panel for a discussion about Devlin. I wanted to speak to you privately about Devlin's case and about the family dynamics with the Tates and his mother and any other family members, friends, etc. I understand there is some bad blood between you and the Tates, and I suspect it's for good reason, but I like to paint a picture. I like to start from the beginning and work our way in using supporting facts and evidence. We have to plan the show to make an impact on people because I want to make an impact on people. This is a person. Devlin is not a novelty item, and he's not here for your enjoyment or mine for that matter. While I appreciate you working with Town Chat, I consider her a friend, and I told her she is welcome to come up on my panel with us. I asked you to come up and speak because of your knowledge on this case. Or if you're interested in coming up, we'll do a show Thursday, 1 p.m. We're working that out. If you're still interested, let's do a phone call. Guys, I'm very professional in what I do. I'm sorry. I just am. I don't play games. I'm very straightforward. She says that works best for her at 1, right? Here we go. And you guys can pause to read. I'm sorry. I'm just getting a little pissy. All right. These are some interactions between Jessica Peckham and Devlin's mother, Panda. Right. So this is September 19th. Mind you, when I asked her about the show and setting up the show, it was on the 22nd, right? So, really quick, Jessica, and feel free to chime in if you want to, please. Did you reach out to Panda Bear's mom or did she reach out to you?
I reached out to her because of a comment that she had made online.
Okay, what comment was that?
Something about covering Devlin's case on YouTube. I can't remember the exact comment, but she said she was covering his case on YouTube. So I got a hold of her and asked her to be more specific and that I was his biological mother.
Nice. Okay, so that's what I was thinking. I just wanted to know, just to make sure. So, because you said I'm Devlin's biological mom, I'm on my way home from an appointment right now, but I'd really like to talk to you. And she says, okay. And you said you say in a comment on Facebook that you advocate for my son on YouTube. Can you please explain to me what exactly you mean by that? It's been my it's been 5 months today since my firstborn went missing, and I have no answers and no closure. I haven't heard from Devlin since 2 days before he went missing. There's all kinds of lies circulating about him due to my former in-laws. I feel like Ionia County Sheriff has really dropped the ball on Devlin's case. My son didn't just vanish. He did not just vanish. Guys, here's Panda Bear's mom in white. I have been his voice for him to let most channels know that he went missing for the good so that they can work, or excuse me, so that they could look for him all over, right? So, whatever. So it's reaching thousands of people on YouTube, the world that he's missing, right? So all over the world, because yeah, YouTube is worldwide. Thank you, ma'am, so much, says Jessica. Sorry, AJ's timer just went off. Devlin's baby brother, he's on a feeding tube because he refuses to eat or drink anything. He's been NPO for almost 2 years and he just turned 3. The boys are 16 years apart, almost exactly 16 years apart. Devlin was born May 26, 2006, and AJ was born August 26, 2022. Devlin was 2 months premature and spent 20 days in the NICU. He does not have fetal alcohol syndrome. That is physically impossible for him to have. And my pregnancy records can prove that, as well as his birth records. And I know that that was upsetting to you, Jessica. And I also know that it's very exploitative, in my opinion, when I'm reading this and I'm seeing you pour your heart out to somebody. But would you like to say anything?
I just want my son found. I'm tired of the lies. I'm tired of people putting my name in his mouth. I'm tired of people, trying to profit off my son's disappearance. I just want Devlin found.
Right. Thank you. I just wanted to let you say whatever you would like to say. So here's Panda Bear's mom. After Jessica says this to her, she says, "Aw, I'm on your side, hon. I believe you. I was literally harassed and threatened by them, and I had to block them. It was rough in the beginning, but I'm not going to stop advocating for him. I'm on YouTube for the truth." Wow. "I want to know what happened to him too." And Jessica says, "Devlin made me a mom. I just want my son found." She tells her he didn't run away. Jessica says, "He didn't run away. If he did, he'd be here by now." Right?
Yeah.
Because Devlin was thinking about coming to see you, right? He was
And,
talking
and
about
that's
coming to live with you.
and that's why law enforcement told me to stay here, because right before Devlin went and disappeared, he was making aggressive comments about not caring what he had going on in Michigan, that he was going to skip state and come out here. So law enforcement told me not to come back home and that I was to stay put in case Devlin showed up. It's been almost 7 months. My son's not here.
Right. And I think a lot of people think that, there's a lot to that he hasn't called anyone. Sandra, Tamara, Sabrina, you, his friends, right, that we know.
His social media presence has completely vanished, and that boy lived on his phone.
And I think that speaks volumes for his
If I didn't answer my
routine.
phone when it was convenient for Devlin, and screw the time difference, that didn't matter to him. If I didn't answer my phone when it was convenient for him, Yuma Sheriff were coming over to my home to do a welfare check on me because of my health problems. He used to video chat and talk to his brother on the phone and make animal noises to AJ on the phone. He doesn't do that anymore.
Right. And AJ's nonverbal, so it's difficult for him. He probably knows something is wrong,
AJ, I don't know how this is affecting him or how much it's affecting him, but it is definitely affecting him. Toddlers pick up pieces of paper and crumple them up and ruin them. It doesn't matter what it is. AJ will do that with almost anything. He won't do it with a missing flyer. He picks up the missing flyers and he'll walk around the house with them and hug them and kiss on them and put them down almost perfectly. He will not ruin a missing flyer of his brother. He proved that in the DDD meeting the other day when you were alive with Sabrina.
We need to get him a laminated copy of a picture of Devlin so he can have it. So, I'm sorry, hon, what'd you say?
I said he misses his brother. And yeah, on the NPO thing, NPO is not a diagnosis. I don't know why she put it off as I claimed it to be a diagnosis. All it means is that you don't take anything by mouth.
Right. It means that he needs a feeding tube to eat, which is sad because, he didn't always need that, but now he has been doing that for the last 2 years, you said.
Year and a half now. It'll be 2 years on January 12th. He got it placed January 12th. So it's coming on 2 years.
So Panda Bear's mom starts going on here to say exactly, I'm helping 100%, which is probably a good feeling. I mean, the thing is when you're in a vulnerable position like this, it's just terrible that you have to kind of watch your back with people, because you don't know who really is caring or not. Right? Who wants to help or is doing it for a selfish reason.
Yeah.
And it's tough, this is you saying, I haven't heard from Devlin since 2 days before he went missing, right after I confronted Tammy about Sabrina pushing him into a chair, which he apparently now has become missing on top of remarks that were supposedly made by Sabrina at a bake sale to raise reward money, which is in turn she stole and used for her own private necessities instead of what it was meant for all along. Anybody would have to do it to get Devlin into a body of water. Excuse me, let me read this over. So what was said was, all anyone would have to do is get Devlin into a body of water and he could take care of himself, on top of Matthew Tate making comments about Tammy calling their brother in one of the Carolinas, asking if they had a funeral for Devlin, if he would come back for it. Tammy and Sabrina's comments were made shortly after Devlin went missing. I strongly believe that they did something to my son, and I just can't prove it. And, you know,
Oh
I
my
know,
God. I cannot get over the way Sabrina answered that the other day. I cannot get past her response.
yeah. And, you asked her about the one comment, right? But like we didn't specifically speak about this comment. Um, and you were sharing that with Panda Bear's mom, like those are some obvious concerns, right, that you were having because of the comments
Yeah,
and how did you hear
but
these
I'm not.
comments?
People
Mhm.
in the community coming to me and telling me about it in Messenger.
I gotcha. I'm
I
sorry. I
mean,
mean to say
because I
don't
mean,
say anything to me, but
uh, obviously, I'm not there to hear it myself. I'm in Arizona. I wasn't there to hear it myself. But there's a lot of community members that had come to me and told me about that. And wow, I still can't get over her response. Oh my God. I've been
and
thinking about that ever since the show the other day. I cannot get that out of my head.
well, and I understand. I do understand that, and I just want to say that all of your concerns are concerns that I think anybody would have or that would cross people's minds, especially because you guys aren't on the best terms, right? We're trying to get there. It's difficult, right? We may never get there. I mean, let's be honest, but at least we can try, right? To kind of
I need to
bridge
get
some
home.
things over, which I've seen you
I,
guys do that before, Jess. You guys have done that before. I know you have.
what, work together?
You guys have kind of worked together a little bit here and there through this. Um,
Well, I mean, I tried to be nice and hold my tongue, yeah, but when people are running my name through the mud and lying about me for damn near 6 months straight, and if she wants to try to say she don't have a problem with me, how do you not have a problem with me? Because people who don't have a problem with people don't drag their name through the mud. I state facts. You stated lies.
right. Well, and that's the thing we're having trouble figuring out the truth, and it's very hard. It's very hard to tell what's what. And my heart just breaks for you guys. I mean, just all around. Um, but I have your back, and I'm watching what is going on here, and you're absolutely like,
And it's like, how do you work with somebody when you wholeheartedly believe that they did something to your child? I'm sorry. I might have tunnel vision. Yeah, there's a lot of other possibilities that could have happened to Devlin, and yes, that needs to be looked into too. I'm not saying that I don't have tunnel vision, but I wholeheartedly believe that they did something to my kid.
and in Sebastian Rogers' case, we know that dynamic very well, right? We do. Um, you know, um, and I don't want to make it worse, but I know it's there. You can't change when it's there. And I think that you pouring your heart out here is just, another example of, hey, I don't understand what's happening here. And then I'm having these off color comments coming through. And, sometimes people are, drama starters. Obviously, we're talking about the subject tonight. But it's got to be out of control for you. And I've also watched people take advantage of Seth Rogers. And I don't mean to, discount him in the slightest. I think Seth is, a very smart, funny guy. I think he's nice. I think he's a good dad. I think he wants his son found. I think at the end of the day, that's all I really need to know about him or you. Whether do you want your son found or not, that's what matters to me. Like if you're just going to be dead weight in the situation or causing trouble in the situation, then you really got to go, or you got to just act right. You just got to act right. You cannot be doing this shit. And here's Panda Bear's mom, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. Here, oh, they're very sketchy. They've made sketchy comments during live shows on YouTube, and you go, wait, what? And now that's a normal mom response. Wait a minute, what? They're doing that? Oh my gosh, what? You're like, oh God. And she goes, yeah. Now, can I just ask you really quick, just so everybody can get a confirmation from you, did she ever send you the links?
No, she didn't.
Because Mr. and Mrs. Eve Crimecast did a really good Crimecast on, they have a great podcast on their channel. And, I know that they've been going through a lot lately, but it's very concerning to me that she would stir the shit pot, so to speak, and then not send you the links and at least let you decide for yourself. But she says, yeah, like what? And she goes, I'll send you the links. And you said the only YouTube thing I know about is the one that I did with the Creator Uncensored, which is now Devlin Informed, right? And we got the flyers up over there, which is very sweet of them. Shout out to them for getting those flyers out for us and sharing them out. We need the water searched just to rule it out. We have to get it done. Please, we're calling everybody. I even sent the Fish and Wildlife guys something today. Hey, you guys out there, please look. Let's look for us. Just help us confirm that he's not there.
Michigan weather's getting pretty cold now, and it needs to be done before the lakes freeze over. I need to know that he's not in the middle of one of those lakes.
Right. And Detroit Rock City, our friend here has a bunch of hunters and guys that are outdoorsy in her family, and they're looking for Devlin out there too, Jess. So just know that, and I know Tamara's in here last night, so she knows that people are looking for Devlin in the area. That's what we need to be doing. Not stirring crap up. But that's what's so important, right? It's important to talk about issues and address things and get it off our chest, and that way we can try to move on. It's good, let's get it on the table sometimes, but but then we have to move on from it, and so she tells you this is on YouTube. I know Anna Smith, the creator. You tell her about Anna. Shout out to Anna Smith, right? So you're saying you'd appreciate the link, right? Of course you would. Do you think that they did something to my son? You're asking her, which is a very legitimate question, right? You want to know what happened. You want to know what's going on. Hey, Lori, you want to know what's going on. So you say, yeah, but I did a couple of live shows with that creator, excuse me, she says, yeah, but I did a couple of live shows with creators, and one of them, Tamara, was on the phone. She was sketchy because I emailed one of the creators that day and she put me down during the live, and then Sabrina messaged me and put me down. How does that help you find Devlin, and how does that?
It doesn't.
I'm just like, okay, so does it matter? Because it's like main character syndrome here, big time. In my opinion, I think what happened. I'm not sure who is involved, and that's where I come in for the advocate to help. Where do you come in doing that, Laura? You haven't done anything to help. You've actually done a lot of harm, more harm than you've done good. And maybe do better. Maybe go out and film. Maybe go out and pass out flyers. Maybe we go out and do something useful instead of being a jerk.
If you're going to go out and film, actually walk it. Don't drive it. My son was on foot and cut through trees and a fence and stuff like that. He wasn't in a car.
Well, and I think that more good can be done here, and I think it can be ultimately something good can come out of this if there's some self-reflection in this person. But I don't know if that's gonna happen because it's woe is me, feel bad for me. When Devlin's missing, she's giving you her problems, and that I have a problem with that. If I knew that, you said if I knew that that was a possibility, I would confirm and call bullshit based on what I know, and I'm more than willing to do any type of interview, as well as just putting that out there. All I want is the truth as to what happened to my son. I'm sorry, Jessica, if I'm being loud in your ear.
No, you're
It's
okay.
it's ridiculous, to me. Like, how does her heart not feel for you, but she's just worried about herself, and it's just bothersome. He didn't just vanish into thin air. I don't believe he ran away, right? So that's what you think, right? You don't think that he ran away. You know for a fact, we all know he didn't vanish into thin air.
He didn't run away. If he ran away, I would have heard from him by now.
I agree. I agree. So then we have, let's see. Ellie said that Devlin ran away because Sabrina said, but then one of the news reports, Sabrina said, "Oh, Devlin would never run away." Which is it, Sabrina? Okay, I get the which is it, Sabrina. Okay, I can agree there. But I'm here to tell you that you don't know what the law enforcement officers have said. Nobody does. The detective on the case told me herself that they are not putting out updates and they are not doing a presser. Period. So what, you have somebody in law enforcement? Are you another Rich and Ruby that you know somebody in law enforcement? I don't think so, ma'am. So, moving along, you're saying to Panda Bear's mom, I don't believe he ran away, and Sabrina's a fucking liar. All right, right? And some of this I'm not gonna read all the way through, guys, because colorful language. But I understand why there's colorful language being used. And also, you have a person lighting a match and then tossing it into a fire and making it worse. It's just, Jessica's already just highly distraught over her son. And she's making it worse, right? So now Jessica's saying, gosh, the police won't call me back, and man, I don't know what's going on. And here's Laura Cobb, yeah, because of them spreading lies. They're changing their narrative or story. Okay, and I do agree that they've changed the narrative or story, and we're trying to get to the bottom of it, right? But there was a lot of stuff out there, even in the Facebook group circulating, right?
Yeah.
So we had a lot of information, and some things did get deleted. So we're just going to keep that real on that front. And you're upset, right? So instead of helping you through it, right? She's just like, "Love you, girl. Keep fighting." Well, are you going to send her some resources, or tell her that you're going to keep reaching out to creators? I don't know. It's just weird. It's a very odd conversation. Oh, sorry. Here we go. I kind of let it go a little bit there. So she tells you keep fighting, and you say, I'd do anything to come home, right? I just have very limited income and special needs I have to bring with, or special needs child that I have to bring with me. And she says, I know. And then you're saying that you're disabled and live on SSI. And she says, me too. So we got a one-upper situation. Okay, whose situation's worse? Panda Bear, you for talking to Tamara and Sabrina, and they're just so horrible. And no, Devlin's missing. It's about him. So you're saying, hey, I'm not asking for a handout. I'm just explaining why I'm not home, right? Because you were dealing with a lot of flack on the internet too, in terms of, like the old fart, but like, similar to the old fart, right?
Yeah.
just, people, oh, well, why aren't you there? And, you should do this. We hear that. We hear that all the time. The back and forth. And we're very familiar with it, especially if we've been following the Sebastian Rogers case, right? So, you say, yeah, being the key word, right? Because you're trying to get there. So
Yep.
she says, I know, sweetie, I'm glad that you messaged me. You say thank you for the time to talk and everything. She's like, if you need anything, let me know. And, in my opinion, just like a regular parent would say, you just want your son, right? I need my son. And then it turns over to October 12th, and you're asking Panda about um, if that's her daughter, because I know that you were curious about that. And
Yeah. My ex has a friend that goes by Panda Bear. Well, I put two and two together. Does that mean that Panda Bear is Panda Bear's mom's daughter? Well, come to find out, Laura Cobb has no kids.
right. Hey, Miss Ann, and I did send that over to Jessica. Thanks for sending that. Thank you so much. I did send it over. We're gonna work on getting some of them search people too, because we did email Doug Bishop, right? Well, you did, because I know that they need the family to do it.
Yeah, okay, so that's the lady that sent the Carlos thing over to today, right?
Carlos Stiver.
Carlos
Yeah.
Stivers. Yes, thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah, for sure, Jess. I mean, with all the bad, there's good, So it's all right, It's just I just want this to be out there, so nobody's gonna come in here and start sticking up for people who don't believe, deserve it.
But it's like, look at how I'm pouring out my heart pretty much to this lady, this Laura Cobb, aka Panda Bear's mom. But yeah, this is the same woman that turned around and told you, Lady Freedom, that I'm not ready to talk and that my son is NPO. I'm sorry, NPO is not a diagnosis.
Not a diagnosis. No. I was side-eyeing you. That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. I was like, "Oh my gosh, this girl's telling." I thought you might be playing Laura for a fool or something, and I'm like, "Oh, no." That's why I was like, "I went to nursing school, and I know what that means." Like, so here, let me explain it to you, and then I started wondering about you, what where you were at and stuff, and, like, why you didn't wanna at least come talk, or at least let me talk to you on the messenger or something,
I
So,
knew nothing of you. She never mentioned you to me. You reached out to me.
I did, because Kiki and we were like, "That's the next step, right? We need to talk to his mom," because, we were reading the all the messages on Facebook prior to. And if I had it to do over again, I would have just, emailed, like, Sabrina too, or Tamara, you know what I'm saying? It's not that I was singling you out, but you're his mom, and as another mom, I'm like, I wanna talk to his mom, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I completely get it.
Yeah, I mean, and
Because at the end of the day, I'm not here to make friends. I'm here to find my son. Nothing more, nothing less. If I make a few friends along the way, more power to me. But that is not what I'm here for. I'm here to find Devlin. That's it. That's all.
Yeah, and I appreciate you trusting me enough to, like, because we did talk this over about all of this that was going on, and like, you want all the help that you can get, right? Like, that's normal, and but I've been, like, so scared because I didn't want it to turn into how Sebastian's case has gotten so ugly.
At the end of the day, I just want him found. Nothing else matters to me.
Well, and that shows too, like, in these text messages, you're taking care of AJ, and then you're letting her know too about the paperwork for the United Cajun Navy. You're really excited, and, I just added in all of the text that you sent me because I know that you're pretty transparent about everything. I should say very transparent. And then you were talking about, me in here too, but at this point she already knew that I had taken her rent and that I blocked
Yeah.
her, because of everything. And so, but I appreciate you being like, you just want all the help that you can get, right? And so like it added the anger to me or whatever. But one thing I wanted to point out too, this is not really, it's weird. And I just want to point this out for parents who are going through this, maybe for the first time. Obviously, it's not every day you lose your child in this way. They go missing, poof, they're vanished or whatever. Um, so, but this part really upset me. So she goes, "Way to go! I'm proud of you for fighting back." And I think this is the most proper way we can fight back is like going and looking for Devlin. Because so here's the thing: if whoever took Devlin or did something nefarious with him, or unless it was an accident, he walked off or something like that, they know what happened. They know who they are. They know what they've done. So now it's time for us to draw out their guilty conscience, put some pressure on them, etc. Right? So that's what we need to be doing instead of fighting with them directly, in my opinion, right? And so, but I know that you were upset, and it's funny. I think that comment is funny. But I understand the frustration. So, but I won't read it out loud. But you're saying that, and you're like, yeah, right, and you're like, you're spiking the ball in the end zone, right, so to speak, and rightfully so. I'm not trying to miss
What
anybody,
did
but
that mean?
well, because you've done something positive, right? And so,
Okay. I just had to blow up the screen.
oh, sorry, I know it's small. I should have I didn't want to half them up though because it just would take so much more. So, um, the non-existent pecker part, it's funny as hell. I mean, and I have quite the mouth on me when I want to. So I'm not no judgment. I'm just saying, I don't want to restart shit, but
Oh my God.
I'll just skip over that. But everybody
Hey,
can
hey,
read.
I still stand by it. I still stand by that comment.
So it's 8-12. No, I'm just teasing. Okay, so but being an advocate. Okay, so but Panda Bear's mom, instead of saying "Good job, Jessica," or "Hey, at least we're moving forward," she says, "Being an advocate for him here, I'm truly blessed." What are you talking about? None of that was your doing, woman, Laura Cobb. That was Chuchi sending it to me. We sent it over to Jessica. Jessica was working very hard on getting that paperwork over to them. Extremely hard. Okay? Where she's got challenges with her son, who's there with her as well, her little one, the 3-year-old that she told you about right off the bat, that you used as an excuse that she couldn't talk to me. That same little boy. Awful, in my opinion. But then she goes, "Do you get what I'm saying? I hope so." What is that? Guys, if you see this manipulation right here, please just block and take their wrench. No, I'm just kidding. But for real. That's not right. Right? It's all about Panda Bear's mom again. Here's Jessica having a moment, which she needed support. And this is Panda going back, "Oh, I'm the advocate. I'm the advocate. I'm the advocate." Then be a friggin' advocate and stop your bullshit, woman. I'm sorry. Just very frustrating, especially when I've seen the crap that's been pulled in other cases just like this. And I don't like it when people steal other people's, joy. And that's kind of what she did. So you're fired up. You tell her, that you sent it over to me and everything. And thank you so much for sending it to me, Laura Cobb, me. Let's find this handsome boy sooner rather than later. I hope you say back to her, right? Much more. I don't know how much more of this I can take, So, and again, that was nice of you to include Panda Bear's mom in that, Jessica. Now, Panda Bear never sent the link to Jessica. She said she would send to her. Love you. Fucking weirdo, in my opinion. I'm always just appalled with what's gone on here. So now here's for some more shady shit that needs to be addressed. So, what in the Sam hell is the fuckery with $6,000 reward? Guys, the reason that they put out rewards for people in cases is so that the guilty parties are going to have somebody screw them over. Either one of them's going to talk to try to get the reward money because they're stupid, or somebody's going to roll on them that knows something that they shouldn't know, and they're going to get the reward money. There's a money motivated people who are shady sometimes will go after this reward, but this is only $6,000, guys. For one, who is that going to draw anything out of? It's not. What do you think about that, Jess?
If it was enough to get somebody to talk, somebody would have talked by now. And the reward, the specifics of the reward money was to be used, or it was to go to anybody that had any information leading to the whereabouts of my son. It was supposed to be used to find my son. It ended up being used, to my knowledge, to fix Sabrina's car and to bail Will out of jail. That's not what it was meant for. And there was a lot of people in the community wanting to know why the reward money couldn't be used to hire a real private investigator. It was brought to my attention numerous times when the reward money was no longer in Sabrina's hands and in this Mary person's hands. And after seeing a comment that she had made online, I had gotten a hold of her. I specifically asked her if she was in charge of the reward money, if she would be willing to use some of that reward money to hire a real licensed private investigator. I never asked her for a dime. I do not want that money. I want my son found. That's it. That's all. Find Devlin. Where is my baby? That's the only thing that matters. Well, you go and you create a GoFundMe to, help me and AJ survive and help me get home to find my son. And this woman is now telling people in the community that I'm pissed off because she wouldn't give me any of the reward money. I never asked you for a dime. I asked you to get a private investigator.
Well, why are they all thinking they're so much better to handle these funds than anybody else? Because in my opinion, money does talk. Brenda Calvert, boom, money talks, bullshit walks, right? And anybody can be swayed by money. Anybody. None of us are above it. It's called greed. And here's the thing. Why are they just sitting on that money? What are they doing with it? It's okay. It's over 6 months now. We're passing over that, right? It's the 21st to be 7 months. What have we done to help Devlin with that money?
It's almost Thanksgiving. It's almost Christmas. These are holidays that I should be able to spend with my son that I'm not going to be able to. Like, stop playing games and find my son.
Well, I think that if people in the community gave the money for a purpose, then the people in the community should be able to say whether it's used for a private investigator at this juncture, at this point in the case.
And the only reason why I asked her to use the money is because other people in the community wanted it used for that. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked.
Well, and do you know Mary?
No, I don't.
So that's got to make you feel uncomfortable in a way as well. you know?
And I literally have only had a 3 screenshot conversation with her. I had a very, very, very short conversation with this woman, and you have everything.
Well, and I appreciate Brenda Calvert being the voice of reason and saying the reward money would also draw more searchers in. And she's right. You know, it does. It brings people in to say, if we find Devlin, then we're going to get the reward, right? So it's either
But
do
where's the
that and
puppet
keep.
for my son?
When was the last time Mary Munch promoted that $6,000 reward? Does she post about it a lot, or how does that work right now?
I really don't know. I haven't seen anything from her, but I'm not really looking at a lot of that stuff either right now because it's all just it's the drama has been too much for me. The drama needs to end, and Devlin needs to be found.
Yes, ma'am. Rosebud is asking Lady Freedom, would you ask her if LE knows about all this debauchery with the reward money?
Yes, they are aware of it, as far as I know.
And see, it's just amazing to me. I mean, you know, I'm not saying that they can watch every single little thing people are doing, but
I
oh,
have
I'm
stated
sorry. I'm
since
sorry.
day
I think I
one.
might have.
I
Oh,
I
go ahead.
have stated I have stated since day one that the reward money should have been in the hands of law enforcement. I stated that since day one.
Well, there, you know, like Rosebud said, there's been too much crap going on with it, you know, back and forth. This person doing this is, you know, and then none of it's helping Devlin, in my opinion. If they were promoting that reward and saying, hey, let's get more on it and do this and do that, but no, for her to just sit on it is odd to me, especially with what's gone down.
Sabrina told me in the beginning of this case that she would go as far as to put my son's face on billboards all over Michigan. Hey, if there's anybody in Michigan in the chat right now, have you all seen my son's face up on billboards? Because a lot of people are telling me that that's never happened.
Right. And that's the thing. It's like, if we're going to do it, let's do it, right? If we're going to put it on billboards, put it on the billboards. If we're going to, you know, if we say we're going to do something, let's do it, right? It's kind of like Pig Fest. It's like if I was to
Don't talk
sing,
about it, be about it.
that's right. Don't talk about it, be about it. Thank you. You know, short answer, right to the point. And that's it too. Like if I was to take the money from the Pig Fest and just decide to stay at my house and, you know, or go rent an Airbnb in town here and just, you know, screw the money off, well, you know, I mean, it'd be mad at everybody in my community would be upset with me. And I would expect them to be upset with me because if I gave money to somebody, I would expect them to use it for what it was intended to be used, you know, wherever I donate it. Now, I also am of the feeling, right? Or I think that there are some circumstances, and I get it. And I'm saying that sometimes people make the wrong choices, and that's okay. And then once you give that money, it's already theirs to do with what they want to do with it. So I'm a little bit on the fence with it, but obviously if it's used for, you know, cocaine and strippers, I'm not okay with it. But moving on to Mary here. So Mary's the one that is the steward of this money to this day, to our knowledge. September 17th at 9:20 a.m. Hello, I'm Devlin's biological mother. Can we talk? And no, and not have this get back to the Tates, right? Because I'm sure, you know, at this point
We are not on good terms.
we're not on good terms. Thank you. And, you know, she says, I don't talk to the Tates, period. So, yes, we can talk. You said, did you personally know my son? And do you think that they did something to him? I'm going on 5 months since Devlin went missing. Nothing adds up. And my son didn't just vanish into thin air. She says, I have known him since he was about 6 or 8. So she's referring to Devlin, guys. Mary has known Devlin, according to Mary, since Devlin was of the age of 6 or 8. I have no idea what happened, she says. My heart breaks for him daily. As far as the Tates being involved, I know nothing. I know nothing. It's not my job to speak badly of others. I leave that to God to decide what is best. Well, Mary, you're not leaving that money to God now, are you? You're taking control of that money, but you won't help a pleading mother who's asking you some questions. If you've known Devlin that long, then maybe you should speak up. I think that's what God would want, right? Because he tells us not to lie, tells us to tell the truth. And I'm sorry, guys, I'll fix this later and redo this video because I've noticed that I've got them switched. She says, I have no idea what happened. My heart breaks for him daily. Oh, I just read that. Okay, so from my understanding, you're the one in control of the reward money. If that's true, would you be willing to get a private investigator involved in this case somehow? I feel like Ionia County Sheriff Department really dropped the ball on all this. I'm going crazy. I just want my son found. I just need answers. I have my theory, but no proof of anything. I just need Devlin. She says, I'm not getting into that money for anything. Absolutely not. I'm not getting into that money for nothing. Absolutely not.
I never asked her for a dime.
I used see you next Tuesday when I read that earlier. Did I not, Jessica, over the phone?
Yep. I never asked that woman for a dime. I asked her to get a private investigator.
Who the hell is she to play God with Devlin's money, but she won't theorize? Very shady. Very, very shady. And no, sir, I don't like it. This is awful. So she says, I'm not paying for no private investigator. But listen to how all of this went down. Because Panda Bear's mom is involved in this. So just buckle up. Right? So Jessica, and I'm sorry, Jessica, I'm not trying to talk about you like you're not here.
Oh, no, you're good.
You know, you seem bewildered a little bit by that, and I would have been too. And you said, well, I just figured I'd ask because I've seen a lot of community members ask the same exact question. I completely respect what you're saying. Sabrina made the whole thing a mess, so please excuse my question. I just need my son found. Well, what a witch you are, Mary Munch. What a witch you are, because I cannot believe that you can do this to the mother of a missing child either. Shame on you. That's not her money, deafening silence. It's not her money. Hey, Nisa Marie, good to see you, Tully. How dare she? Sorry. You're fine, she says. I feel no anger towards anyone. Everyone was under stress. It's expected in situations like this. The only thing that matters is Devlin. I have had everything okay through the community. Then she backed out and never contacted us. So right now, I just trust no one. No offense to you at all. Well, it's not up to you to trust anybody. I don't even know why you're entrusted to keep those funds if you're not willing to come up off of them for a good cause. Hey, KJ Mack. So you're like, hey, who backed out? Never contacted me. Devlin is a priority and he needs to be found preferably before we hit the 5-month mark. There's a lot of rumors going around that he's out here in Arizona with me, but he's not. And I have no idea where my son is. The last time I heard from Devlin was 2 days before he went missing. And you're telling everybody that, right? You're like 2 days before he went missing, 2 days before you told me that. Yeah. We've confirmed that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just when I put myself in your position, I am just completely blown away. And she said, I never thought you knew where he was. I think you misunderstood me. Well, why are you so defensive, Mary? Or are you feeling like the asshole that you are? I didn't misunderstand you, ma'am. You said, just wanted you to know that he's not here. And she said, okay.
And I never spoke to her again. And when you made the GoFundMe account, somebody had commented on there that I'm friends with, and she knows about this conversation. So I made mention of it to her. And Mary ended up getting on the comments, and she's now telling community members that I'm pissed off because Mary would not give me any of the reward money. I never asked her for a dime. I asked her to get a real private investigator.
Interesting. So, I'm sorry, Tully, if you're having trouble with the sound. I'm gonna try to fix this double live thing that I got. Double live Gonzo not working out well for me. Um, it's absolutely atrocious in my opinion. Chat, I see you. I see what you guys are saying in there. It's absolutely disgusting. Gatekeeping, it's ridiculous. Is the money even still there? Well, Jessica, that's kind of the conversation that we were having because we were wondering about that as well. You know?
I don't know. I can't honestly answer that. And all I want is Devlin. He vanished right before his birthday. That was the Mother's Day that I was supposed to finally be able to have with him after all these years. It didn't happen. It's coming up on Thanksgiving. It's coming up on Christmas. Those are holidays he could have been spending with his baby brother. Where's my son?
And, just because AJ can't say exactly how he feels doesn't mean that he doesn't feel sadness, right? Like, for what's going on in the situation, he sees you sad, everything.
AJ is developing new self-injurious behaviors. Recently, AJ has started punching himself in his face. He feels emotion, and when emotion gets too much for him, he takes it out on himself aggressively.
Sorry, I was just checking my messages really quick. Thank you, Carrie. Mm, 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 mm. So my biggest issue is that I feel I don't even feel it. I see it. I've heard it. I've kind of experienced it in a way, right? With this crap that you're just kind of getting pushed out and you're trying to get these resources going and you're getting a roadblock, right? And people are doing what they think is best for Devlin when you're his mother. And that to me needs to stop.
I'm hitting brick walls every time I turn around. And people acting, like they're on my side, and they turn around and hurt the case more than they help it or try to profit off of it.
And that's the terrible thing about it. And, and I don't even think that it's about the funds being stolen, and I'm still gonna show you guys how Panda Bear's mom comes into play here, so I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. However, it's not okay to have this money just sit there for whatever they think is okay to do with it. In my opinion, they need to um, help the family members who are actually trying to ask for help. And I wish they could carry to the FBI, but the reason the FBI hasn't been involved because it's a local jurisdiction issue. There's a child missing in, or a young man missing in local jurisdiction. If Devlin had made it across state lines, that they may be involved. In that capacity, they would absolutely get involved if they had any knowledge that Devlin stepped foot over a state line,
Oh,
but they don't
okay.
have that.
Can I cut you off there? I would really like to speak to that.
Yeah, go
That
for it.
is, even though I have straight tunnel vision and I believe what I believe, playing devil's advocate on that, shouldn't Devlin's aggressive threats of coming out here to Arizona be reason enough for the FBI to get involved? Who's to say he didn't cross state lines? There were things being said at the beginning of this case by community members of seeing Devlin being getting into a vehicle around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Who's to say that's not true? Who's to say he didn't cross state lines? Shouldn't his threats in and of itself be enough for the FBI to get involved?
I mean, they would have to have proof, and well, I know which comment you're referring to because we showed it, and Tamara had said that they had told her that about somebody being in two men being in a mysterious car. Devlin, someone matching Devlin's description, I should say, was reluctant to get in the car, and they
Yeah.
they told Tamara that was hearsay. Is that the one?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's because they have to have the proof, and I know that's like, oh, so frustrating. Like, I get it, I do.
Right, right. But
But
what I'm
that's it.
saying,
That's
who's
why.
to say he didn't though? Isn't his threat, just his threats alone, shouldn't that be enough to get the FBI involved? He's threatening to come to Arizona very aggressively. Shouldn't that in and of itself be enough?
Well, I wish that we had some sort of evidence of it.
What of his threats?
Well, I mean, the threats are one thing. Do the police know? Have you sent them anything like that, or do you know if Tamara or
Oh yeah.
anybody?
I have it. I guarantee that I can go through and find several things in text message, voice clips, all kinds of stuff where he has aggressively said that he was going to come out here and screw what he had going on in Michigan with the courts. And he has said it over the phone to me. The cops are aware. And that again is why I was told in the beginning, because I told everybody if Devlin wasn't found in a week, I was coming home. And at that point in time, I had the funds to come home. But I was told because of the threats my son was making by law enforcement to stay put. Law enforcement told me to stay here.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and like, they even assured me when I was talking with them that, they're looking into every avenue. And obviously we know that because you even showed that they were looking into you and stuff like that. So, um,
Yeah, being investigated. That's okay. I got nothing to hide. He ain't here. Yuma Sheriff have searched my home 3 times and they're welcome to do it again.
well, and I mean, at this point, I know that everybody well, and there's gonna be people that are gonna say silly things, you know? I mean, um, and come up with outlandish theories. You know, one that I know that we were gonna talk about in a little bit here after we kinda get through this part, but, you know, this business of Tia Randall's family, I know that you wanted to speak on that.
Yeah, yep, I'm very, very heated about that.
Yeah, and I understand why, and, you know, I'm the same way, but I know that you have different, like, connections, and obviously there's, you know, um, but I'm glad that you're gonna, you know, clear the air on it. Um, but let me just read this really quick. So this is another thing going back to what we were talking about on how other people are making decisions for Devlin and not including Jessica. And this is where I was getting aggravated, right, with Panda Bear's mom. So Friday, October 3rd, you know, she's asking me about what happened with the change of plans because Kiki had to reschedule, and then we went ahead and rescheduled it. So she tells me that she's going to order some bracelets for Devlin off of the website. I did not know at this point that she was going to sell these, right? Because I wouldn't have co-signed on any of that. But I said, "Oh, great, maybe a music note at the end." And she says it on each side, and she says, you know, I said, "Yes, that'd be cute," and she said, "Okay." Well, she sent me a picture of it and she said, "Which one?" And I'm like, "Okay, let me send this to Jessica and see if she you know, which one she would like better." Right? And I did send it over to her. I didn't include all of that in here. I said, "Let me see which one his mom likes best," right? Because here's the thing. Nobody can personalize or make something as special as his mom could or as his family members could, right? So who are we to do this to begin with without consulting his mom? Like, we have her phone number, we've been talking with her. So why isn't Laura sending this to Jessica? Like, their conversation went perfectly well. That was their entire conversations that I shared with you guys. Every single bit of it. I only took AJ's picture out of it. Because I always take the kids' pictures out for the most part, when I share stuff. I try to.
I don't mind. I don't mind if they see who Devlin's baby brother is.
I know. I'm just, like, so weirded out just because sometimes people are so strange, so I just, like, I don't know, and I know it's, like, me trying to, what does Jen call it? Fix, manage, control. Um, but and it is, but, you know, but I'm just kind of, like, trying to, you know, that's the only reason I took him out of there though, just so you know. Um, so she's telling me which one she likes the best, you know, and then we were talking about some of this town is sketchy. My girlfriend has Devlin's fund protected from them. Don't trust them. She said if Sabrina would have had the full amount in her hands, the money would have been gone, but she paid the majority of it back. It's protected. I didn't want to say anything on chat. Well, of course, and I understand that, and I appreciated her sharing that with me because I was asking about the reward. I said Sabrina paid the majority of it back to who? I don't quite understand how that went down. Jessica's very upset at them for doing that, which she has every right to be, and I would be too. And I know a lot of people were upset. And she goes, "Are you busy? Can I call you that?" And no, I didn't want to. I wanted her to send me the text message proof. Okay, I'm just going to be honest. I did not want to get on a phone call with her. I wanted her to send it to me in writing because at this point I didn't trust Panda Bear's mom as far as I could throw her. So I said, Jessica mentioned a lady named Mary has the reward fund, right? So I offered up a bit of information for her to offer some. She says, okay, here's the scoop. When they had the bake sale in the early summer, Sabrina was in control of it. That's when she stole the majority of it. Mary found out, my friend, and she put a stop to it and put the money in her account to keep it safe. Mary blocked the family, and her husband used the deck fund to pay what Sabrina took. Sabrina paid the majority of it back except for the $670 of the deck fund. So, right here, we're seeing that Mary is a little bit more invested into the money than we originally think, right? So, this is what Panda is sharing. It's amazing what she actually could share and help with the case when she really focuses and wants to. So, because this is all good information. She was really hurt. No one raised my. I said to Panda, I said, meaning Jessica, she was really hurt. No one raised money to help her get there. And then they steal the money, and she has no way to get there to speak to the police to their faces. She doesn't want to start a GoFundMe because of what they did. It's a really sore subject, in my opinion, from talking to her. I would be livid if someone took my daughter's money. And this is what she sends me of Mary Munchin, that she had sent this, she had posted this. Mary Munch did. Okay, the Devlin account is back at $6,000. Sabrina Host still owes Jack and I $670, but I'm very thankful the Devlin account is where it should be, right? So it seems like her heart is in the right place, right? Because she has facilitated and helped the community in that regard. But I don't like the fact that people are like, look at me, I used my deck fund, I did this. Well, you didn't have to. So do it, and do it of the kindness of your heart, but don't sit there and, look at me.
Brag
You don't,
about it.
you know, golly. It's like, I'm not saying
Do
this
it for
person's a
Devlin.
horrible person.
Don't do it for I can't even think of the word for it now.
Well, it's just, I mean, it's like, I'm
Do
kind of
it
over
for
it.
Devlin. Don't do it for props.
Yeah, I mean, just do it to do it. Do it because it needs done, you know? So I said, "Oh, okay, so she has it. Is she leaving for vacation, or is she a snowbird?" I heard something like that. She tells me, "Mary and I talked about it during the summer. That's when Mary told me to block them bitches when I told her what they did to me." Right? Me, with freaking Panda Bear's mom. Mary, no, no, no. Mary would never do that. I said, "Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, the summer seemed to be a hot spot," which it was a hot spot because they searched the properties in July, right? They were looking into your Google accounts in July, I believe, too, Jess.
Yep.
So they were really hot in July. The Iona County sheriffs were. Oh, I see, or I'm sorry. Oh, I think there may be a misunderstanding then, right? So that's what I say. Must be misunderstanding. And she says Mary is protecting the money so when Devlin is found, this community can give the money to him. Well, again, I'm back and forth, right?
At this point, it needs to be used to find him.
I think so. Either that, or we need to start. We need to at least send a flyer with the $6,000 reward to everybody out there that searches, and see if that really gets them. Because I'm going to tell you right now, these guys, they might do it for the reward, but then again, a $6,000 reward isn't going to prompt them. That's not even going to get their gas. Catch my drift right there. I mean, it's like they're not trying to go out and do anything for $6,000 is what I'm saying. I know that's a lot of money to some people.
Well, no, but I mean, if they're going out there anyway to hunt or whatever, they might as well look for Devlin while they're at it.
Right. Well, and that's the thing. And I mean, I would rather, pay them that money to go do it than to wait around for them to volunteer to do it for $6,000. I guess is what I'm saying. You
Yep.
know, you know. So then I said, I really hope I can get her to change her mind and do a GoFundMe. So I was like, scratch Mary and her $6,000. I said, I just want to get Jessica to, because for me to do the GoFundMe for you, I had to like get your approval, right? Like I can't just do it without you, knowing about it, especially because it's going to
And
you, not
I've
me.
I've been against it since day one because of Sabrina.
Right. That is true. That's the best of my experience as well. And I said she just needs to be there, but she needs transportation. She has her baby. So I'm figuring that since Laura knows her friend Mary, maybe she could get her to help. But she does but Laura's not here to help. See, Laura has all of these opportunities to help, to really, really help, and she's choosing not to do any of them. She's buying bracelets and keychains so she can sell them. So she hearted my comment. And then she goes, to raise more money, yes, but I trust Mary 100%. Well, I wasn't talking about giving Mary any more of the money. No, that's money that can go right to his mom. And I said, yes, he needs her to advocate for him there. She goes, Mary? I said, no, his mom. And again, Panda Bear's mom can't get it through her thick skull that Jessica needs to be the one to advocate. Just like when Miss Ann sends me over resources. I also got one from Detroit too today, and it's called Muddy Waters. Anyway, I'll send it to you, Jess. I just didn't get a chance to send it over. I think it's Muddy Water Rescue or something like that. You have to be the one to ask them. I can't do it for you. You're his mom. You're his family.
I just need their information.
Yeah, and and you have reached out to everyone that I've sent to you, and so that's what's hard is that I'm trying to get it through to Panda Bear that not Mary's an advocate, not she's an advocate, not I'm an advocate, not the man in the moon's an advocate. You're his advocate.
There is no better advocate for a person on this planet than the person that gave birth to you. That is my baby. He came out of me.
And it's not nice to push you away from it. No other mother on this planet would want to be pushed away from her child's case. Not one single one of us. We would be coming in there like a freaking spider monkey cat person. I don't even know what. But I'm here to tell you, and I would do it for any of my kids. I would do it for a step kid. I would do it for a kid next door to me. I would come
If
out
only I wasn't stuck across the country. If I wasn't an epileptic and I had a vehicle, I'd be in Michigan already. But I'm an epileptic, so that kind of leaves that out of the question.
and I'm sorry you've been treated this way. It's not fair to you, and then to feel like, your hands are tied or people are deliberately putting up a roadblock. I don't think it's deliberate. I just need them to look inside themselves and realize that they're not helping. This is not advocacy. And so she says, yeah, Mary does advocate Devlin and Charlotte. I don't care if she advocates for Devin and Charlotte. What does it have to do with Charlotte?
What does
Nothing.
it have to do with me getting home?
It has nothing to do with it. That is not doing anything. If nobody knows about the $6,000 reward, then it entices no one. That is what the reward is for, to entice people to either help or roll on somebody. And thank you for Brendan for reminding me that it is to help people. Geez, I mean, they're making me like they're putting that, the Spider-Man black shit that he does. I think it's the third Spider-Man movie. It's like that nasty shit. I feel like it's all over me and I'm trying to pull it off. I need like 10 showers. Because this is so slimy. And I've seen this before in Sebastian Rogers' case, and I didn't realize how deep it ran until all this shit popped off yesterday. So I said, I just want to be completely honest. Jessica's very upset about the whole thing. She maybe don't talk about, so maybe don't talk about that. She is very weirded out by a lot of this stuff, and I don't blame her. How does Mary know Sabrina? She says Mary knew her like kind of like a daughter at a very young age, and Mary learned a lesson. Well, you know what? What does that even mean? You know? Okay, so she was already helping with the fundraiser, right? She said she's already helping with the fundraiser. I've known her husband for years. Yes. Okay, thank you. That makes sense. She found out the money was missing. She stepped right in. I said, I just don't want Jessica to think she stole the money too. Oh no, Mary didn't and wouldn't. She was saying, I don't know why they won't hire a PI with the money. And I said, that's a good question. And she said, people are talking about that in the group chats. I have no clue. Well, of course, people are talking about that because people are looking for solutions, not to just sit on the money. I know my niece called dog. Okay, so what? I'm sorry, no offense, but what the hell is dog gonna do? Jessica brought it up to me when we were talking about the reward money. I don't know about the PI. Okay, well, you know enough about it because that's your friend. So here, guys, I'm trying to get, again, Panda Bear's mom to advocate for Devlin, but she's refusing to advocate for him. Right? She can't be bothered to put up a flyer. She can't be bothered to do this, but she can make keychains and sell. Right? I just wanted to assure you that the money's safe. And I said, I appreciate that. I'm just hoping someone can step in and help Jessica. She said, I know, me too. I'm doing all I can. No, you're not. Being the advocator. No, you're not. A of it. I have to order more ink. The bracelets are over $100 for 50. So she didn't end up ordering the bracelets. And as we all know, the bracelets are outrageously priced. And I don't know why, they're just plastic. Well, they're rubber. But I love my Sebastian bracelet. I did send them to her, but I don't know when she will get back to me. He's got lots of advocates, so that's great. So I'm trying to remind Panda Bear's mom that she's not the only one. She never thanked me for taking Devlin's case on. She just went and smeared me all over the internet. And I see that now. But he needs his mom to go there and talk to the Ionia County Sheriff, I said. The lead detective, Devlin's biggest advocate needs to be his mom. Again, I reiterate, Devlin's biggest advocate is his mom and needs to be his mom. And she just gives me a heart. Right? Because she really doesn't think that. She's just passing me off as an asshole. An asshole I am not. So she is really not used to any of this, I said to Panda Bear's mom, trying to make her understand where Jessica's coming from. And I really get the vibe that she is a little freaked out and feels left out. It's not right. She says because she's far away and she feels alone, that's why. Well, no shit, Sherlock. And then I say that's why I wanted to ask her about which bracelet so she doesn't feel left out. How can we make Jessica feel less helpless, hopeless, alone, all the way in Arizona, Panda? How are we going to do that? Think we can put our friggin' heads together and figure it out? Oh, no. You would rather smear me on one of my friend's channels. No less. All right. So this is the last time I talked to Panda Bear's mom. Another reason she blames people and brings no receipts. And I'm not okay with that because I don't want my channel taken down. And I don't want to sit there and smear people that didn't do shit. Which maybe he did do shit, but I need the proof of it. So Laura says, I say to Laura, what about the Michigan militia? Do you know much about them? She said, oh yeah, it happens here. What do you mean it happens here? Girl, the Michigan militia been around for a long time. Those are, you want to talk about a good old boy. All right. They've been around. 3 militia members who plotted to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, sentenced to years in prison, ABC News. Yeah, I know. I said, yeah, I saw that. Right? But I also said, yeah, they were created by there and more up so by Flint, but not so far away. Devlin was living with Michigan militia, according to Jessica and Matthew, about 2 to 3 months. When I asked Matthew, he said they were like the Proud Boys, right?
According to Matt, not according to Jessica, according to Matt.
Right, according to Matt. Thank you. And she goes, "That's our governor above that was targeted." I'm like, "Yeah, I did see that." She's like, "Not good." I said, "Not good at all. I'm worried that those men I'm worried those were the men that were mentioned. Above and targeted the Whitmer. She says, "These men are in prison." I said, "No, the ones at the house. We're talking about Devlin, not the freaking governor, not the president, not the Proud Boys necessarily. I just said they're like them. But we're talking about Devlin. We're trying to figure out the guys that he was hanging with. Stay with me, right? Please. It's like my head hurts." So I said, like someone that knew Devlin, right? We're trying to figure out who could have been around Devlin. If anybody was around him, who he knew, what he knew. She goes, "Oh, I see. They have chapters all over from the Proud Boys. They're just white gangs. Matt mentioned them." She said, "Zach Thompson is one of them." What?
No,
Zach
no, 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 no.
Zach Thompson is one of them. Went to his Facebook profile page on Facebook. In my opinion, sus. I was like, "Oh, hell no." I said, "Yeah, that's what Jessica's worried about, that one." So Zach Thompson. She said, "Yeah, I could do some research and try to lead him back to others." What does that have to do with it? I'm talking about him as a person. If he's involved with the Michigan militia, like you just said he was, show me the proof. Show me his Facebook page. She goes,
I
so
know, I know him personally. I know Zach Thompson personally. He has a daughter with my cousin Amber. To my knowledge, he is not part of the Michigan militia, and I very, very highly doubt that he's part of the Michigan militia. My problem with Zach Thompson, as far as I'm concerned, he's not really in the clear. He spent some time with my son in jail. He did not put two and two together and did not believe my son when he told Zach that he was my son. Therefore, my son put Zach on a jail call with me to verify that yes, I was his mother. Well, Zach got released from jail before my son got released from jail. And I don't know what happened between the two leading up to this point or where it went bad, but upon Zach's release, he told my son that if he saw that my son on the street, that he would kill him. That is where Zach Thompson comes into play, not him being part of the militia. I highly doubt that he is part of the militia. I know him personally.
right, is his cousin is married or sorry, how does that go?
I have a cousin, okay, I have three cousins, Don and John Brim and Tamara Brim. Tamara has a daughter named Amber Anderson, so I guess she'd be my second cousin. Amber has a daughter with Zach Thompson, and I have met Zach Thompson in person when I was in Michigan in 2020. I came back home for a week in 2020.
And yes, Little Red, it is the guy from out of jail. And even Detroit was saying that some of those guys are just idiots, and then some of them are like just about prepping and all of that kind of stuff. How old is Zach?
Um, I want to say late 20s. I don't think he's that much older than Amber. And Amber and Devlin are the same age. And in fact, Oh my God. Okay, so Tammy has three kids. Tammy has Amber, Mikey, and Jake. Now, the birthdays are really weird. Mikey and Amber. Amber's the oldest, Mikey is the second. And Amber's birthday is May 25th. Michael's birthday is May 26th. And then sorry, Mikey's birthday is May 24th. Amber's is May 25th and Devlin's is May 26th. They're like within days of each other. Amber and Devlin are the same age.
Right. And that's why I was being so careful because I mean some of these are kids, right? I mean, especially to us, we have kids their age, and stuff like that. So it's like, but Little Red makes a good point. If they are the guys that treated their, excuse me, if this is the guy that threatened Devlin before he is out of jail, could he be what happened? And I do believe that it could be.
It
I
is a
mean,
possibility. He is not in the clear.
well, and that's why I take it seriously when Panda Bear's mom makes an accusation like this, and I say, "Can you send me a screenshot proof that Zach is involved with the Michigan militia?" She said, "Yes, I can." I said, "Thanks, I'm editing a video." She says, "No problem." I said, "Thank you. I just want to make the connections and see if we can eliminate people or keep them as a suspect or not, right? Because that's kind of what we do in our brains. We're eliminating people as we go, so that
Yeah,
way they don't take space up in our brains anymore."
yeah, and keeping Jack as a suspect, yeah, that's one thing. But him being part of the Michigan militia, very highly unlikely, and I highly doubt it, especially given the fact that I know him personally. But he's definitely still on my radar. It could very well be a possibility he's not in the clear. He threatened to kill my son.
I agree. And that's something that we can't take lightly, and so I said, "I'll try to get this." I was waiting for her and she never sent it to me. So then I sent to her, "I'm trying," but she did thumbs up my comment. Uh, I said, "I'm trying to get this edited, be right back." She said, "Okay." So then she never sent me shit. Monday, October 6th, I say, "Did you get the screenshot of where Zach is claiming he is part of the Michigan militia or was it a mistake?" She said, "Still working on it." And then she comes back and says, "Cannot confirm. In my opinion, it's hearsay." Hearsay from who and what and where and why and how? Okay? Because I'm like, no, this is shit is not, you're not going to sit here and fuck with me. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not an idiot. My mama didn't raise me fool. So here we go. Panda Bear's mom coming to the end of the slide. Stop exploiting Devlin Tate. Stop. His
And keep
family's
my name
fucking
out of your mouth.
hurting. All of them are. Even if somebody had something to do with it, they're hurting. So stop exploiting
I may
Devlin
not,
Tate. Sorry, Jess.
I may not be able to keep my son's name out of your mouth. He needs to be found, but you can keep my name out of your mouth. I don't know you. I'm not working with you on this, and you're the one that said I'm not ready to talk. Keep my name out of your mouth.
It's unbelievable the amount of good things that this person could do, but she's choosing not to. She's choosing not to. I'm going to go to the chat really quick because I see some good questions. Carrie is asking, is it Zach's girlfriend who lives by the laundromat?
I do not know where Danica lives. His current girlfriend, to my knowledge, is a Danica Palmer.
Right. And I know that they were giving Devlin some trouble here and there. Like he'd hang out with them, but then they wouldn't. It was like frenemies, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess he knew Devlin from school or something to that effect.
I would think they would too. So Brenda says, in my opinion, the police should be talking to all of the offenders that were in the jail with him and also any RSOs in that area. And Cheryl's asking, did they, or Detroit is saying, did they all grow up together? All the
I
kids.
didn't know. I didn't know that Devlin and Zach knew each other until they were in jail with each other,
Oh, Lord.
and that I had to confirm to Zach that yes, Devlin was my son.
I gotcha. Aw, thanks, Alicia Hot Wheels, for becoming a new member. Welcome to the Dragon Tribe. I thought you already were a dragon. You guys are all dragons. I love you guys. Thank you. Thanks so much. Well, yeah, that was weird about the dog set not being at the laundromat. Yeah. I would like some confirmation that the dogs didn't hit on Devlin's scent at the laundromat. I know.
I want proof of life.
I know that you've been looking for that too. You know? So, well, it is a total meal ticket, Women's Warrior. I'm over it. I'm trying to build a network of people who actually want to help find these kids. You know, Seth came into my chat last night and he said, I just want solutions. I just want my son. I hear the same thing from Jessica. It breaks my heart. I sat across from Seth when he told me that Sebastian would have really liked to be here at Pigfest. He would have really enjoyed himself, and it was a good amount of people where he would still feel comfortable being there. Yep. Canine, Tamara said that the canine officers followed Devlin's scent to Tupper Creek. Yeah, Bonanza Road in Tupper Creek. Yeah, she is, Alicia. And she's exploiting Devlin, which is even worse. Like, trash me all day, but like, seriously? And I've been trying to see if she's going to do better, and she hasn't, you know? And she's even been messing around with going back and forth with Jessica and Mary, the reward fund. She's been all over it. All over it. KJ Maxx says, I'm not convinced that Tamara understands how the dogs work. I'm not saying she lied. I suspect she isn't informed on how that works. Well, and I think the same thing with Sabrina. And I need to ask Canine Jules about circling the Parapros trailer. What does she make of that? You know? So, Alicia, you're not kidding. You are not kidding. Another one bites the dust. Well, I mean, we just need to figure this stuff out. You know, you cannot be doing this. I understand you like the attention, but it's not. Devlin's a whole human child who is missing, who has a whole human family who is missing him. His mother's been looking for him. She never didn't want to talk about her son. He deserves better. Let's follow that money, shall we? Because why is there always money involved in these cases and everybody trying to get a piece of it? And from my understanding, you know, Mary is, you know, she's well off. It's not like she's hard up for money. I'm not trying to say that. But what I am trying to say is that, you know, we need some solutions. And that does take money. And if we're just going to sit on a $6,000 reward, my point is that nobody is going to go out for that. We might as well pay a specific person if we're going to do that, or hire a PI. You know, I think it's a good idea, Jessica, that we try to get a PI that maybe would be interested in doing some, you know, some kind of, you know, to help you. It would have to be obviously someone up in Michigan.
This has gone long enough. Devlin needs to be found. He needs to come home.
And we have this guy, right? Because I decided, okay, enough is enough. Come on, Jess, please let me do this with the GoFundMe. Let's try it out. I'm not saying it's going to be, you know, everything great, but hey, we can do it. Let's try it. She said, okay, let's try this, right? Because, you know, we got to do something, right? And so there's this guy that, you know, is messing around on Facebook and acting like a crap ass. And, you know, he doesn't want to go donate to the GoFundMe, but he doesn't have to harass a mother of a missing child. And here's this random old fart. I'm just going to show him one more time, just to make you guys laugh and lighten the mood a little bit, because I know it's been a rough couple lives. People are going to think I'm a raging lunatic. Some random old fart is trolling the mother of a missing child. What do we think of this? What is wrong with you, Zach Lingman? Quit trolling mothers. You're a father yourself. I took the kids out because I don't agree with that. But if you're a member since August 14th, you must care about Devlin. Let's stop with the bullshit.
You create a GoFundMe and he accuses me of trying to profit off of Devlin's disappearance. I'm just trying to get home. I need to find my son.
Yeah, he needs to be found. You know? No, everything is not twisted to make her feel bad or to look bad, Andrea. As a matter of fact, Jessica, you and I didn't want to make her feel or look bad. Weren't we talking and we were like trying to figure out together who we should try to contact in order to see how she's doing? Because I
I
told you
was
I've
worried.
talked to her.
I was worried about it yesterday until I found out what she did on the other podcast and trying to say that I've been working with her since day one. No, I haven't been. She's the
Yeah.
one that said that I wasn't ready to talk. She's the one putting words in my mouth. I'm not ready to talk. My son has NPO. NPO is not a diagnosis. NPO means nothing by mouth. My son's been NPO for a year and a half because he's traumatized. His chromosome disorders cause him to throw up, and he's afraid that if anything goes in his mouth, it's going to come out his mouth. So he will not eat and he does not drink water. He is fed by a feeding tube.
And you are really used to that because that's been 2 years that you've been doing that.
Yeah, it'll be 2 years on January 12th. He was hospitalized for 1 day shy of a month. And 2 weeks into his hospital stay, he decided he was no longer going to take anything by mouth, including water.
Gosh, you know, and poor little guy. And I mean, I know that he's a pretty happy kid. You know what I mean? But it does sound like all of the stress is no good, right? I mean, it's affecting him too. And it does affect your ability to just, you know, pick up and go to Michigan.
Yep, it affects him a lot. And, speaking of my little monster,
Hmm.
I don't know if you guys can hear him, but he's awake.
And thank you so much, Chuchi. I'm gonna get that over to Jessica too. I mean, you know, and that this is why I get so upset is because like I want everybody involved in helping. Like I want everybody involved, but we don't need crap on top of crap on top of crap. You know, hey Faye.
The drama has to end. And, oh my God, this Tia stuff. Ugh. Can I address the Tia issue?
Yes, please do. I almost forgot. So please do.
So, Adam Kenneth Nolan is the biological father of Devlin. He is currently spending the rest of his life in prison for the murder of Tia Randall. I've known this girl since she was 14 years old. However, due to Adam and his behavior, there's very, very little known by hardly anybody about any connection whatsoever between Devlin and his father. I do not know Tia Randall's family. I only know Tia. And Tia Randall's family does not know me, does not know anything about my son. You know, any family dynamics between me, Devlin, and Adam that anybody may have known in Tia's family would have been Tia herself. And she took that to the grave. Now, when Tia died, she left two small children behind. People need to stop bringing her family into this, claiming that, oh, Devlin was kidnapped and possibly killed by Tia Randall's family for revenge for what his dad did to Tia. No, no way in hell. Tia's family has absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with my son's disappearance. And every time that people want to circulate that rumor and that misinformation, I'm sure it further traumatizes those two young children that she left behind. And mind you, these children are around the same age, to my knowledge, as my daughters. My youngest daughter will be 9. Yeah, my youngest daughter will be 9 February 1st. And Harmony, my oldest daughter, will be 14 in December. By those lies constantly circulating that, oh, her family did this to Devlin to get revenge for her death, you're further traumatizing those children. Stop it. Leave Tia Randall's family alone. They had nothing to do with this. I'm sorry. That just really bothers me.
I understand, and I know that when we talked about it earlier, you were upset, and I was like, I was just equally as appalled because I'm like, look, we're why are
Tia
we
was my
re-victimizing?
friend.
Oh gosh.
I've known her since she was 14. She was my friend.
And I don't know Tina that well, but I really do like Tina. I know that she's making bracelets for Devlin, and that's Adam's mom. And I know that she's got a really good heart, is what I know about Tina. Hey, Holly.
Tina
That's what I
Gershon
know
is
about
an angel.
Tina. And to me, I was hurt by that because I did ask Tina that. I said, "Do you think that there could be a connection?" And the reason that I did that is because I was getting all of this information from Town Chat Cafe, that was telling me that, look at these guys. They're, revenge, revenge, revenge. And I'm like, no, no. The more I looked into the people, the more I realized that that's probably not probable.
Not a chance in hell. And the more that it gets tossed out there, the more they traumatize those children that Tia left behind. Enough is enough. Stop it. They had nothing to do with Devlin's disappearance.
Well,
They
and
need to be
then
left alone.
I know that Little Red, did take down the live stream. But I will say that in that live stream, Panda Bear's mom said that her and her friend have been working on Devlin's case and that that's the theory that they've come up with. And I did ask Tina a while back about that, and she said there's no way because they have all made amends with each other and they all hugged each other outside the courthouse whenever Adam was, sentenced and stuff. And that's her son. And she loves her son, right? She loves her grandson. She's a loving person. And I don't want to hurt Tina. I don't want to hurt Tia and her family any further. And I know that you feel the same way, Jess. I mean,
They need to leave Tia's family out of this. They had absolutely nothing to do with this. There is not an ounce in me anywhere that has any thought of Tia's family being involved. They've got nothing to do with this and they need to be kept out of it.
Yeah, I
All they're
agree.
doing is all they're doing by bringing their family into this is further traumatizing my friend's children. Yes, that was my son's father that ended their mother's life, but she was my friend too.
Bonjour seclusion works. And that's what people need to understand the most out of this is that even though you guys are watching us on the TV screen right now, or your phone screen, or your tablet, whatever device, we are dealing with real people, real life issues, real life dynamics, um, all of that. These are people, right? Even when we're talking about people that we don't like or that we find of people of interest, they're still people, and we need to be more respectful across the board. It's not just in Devlin's case, but here I thought maybe I can field a little bit of that, right? Since I'm one of the smaller creators, not a whole lot of people have covered this case of Devlin's. We need more people. We don't want drama surrounding it because in that way good people are going to step away from it. One creator that I know in particular that was also being talked crap about on that live, they wouldn't say that creator's name, they just made sure they said my name, right? And then she does mention another creator by name, which is Smiley. Smiley has shared out all of the information. Smiley has shown respect and professionalism and just who she is by saying to Panda Bear's mom, no, I'm going to wait until Lady Freedom talks with Devlin's mother. But that's another thing that Panda Bear's mom did, was swoop in there and try to get an interview with Smiley. For what?
I need Devlin's name and face put out there in any means necessary, but not in a negative light and not exploiting his case and not trying to make money off of him. Just get him found. Bring him home to his baby brother.
I mean,
AJ needs his brother and I need my son.
it's absolutely heartbreaking, and I think of Sandra, how she must feel too, because he hasn't called her, obviously, and he usually does call her. He's used to getting calls, right? A lot of calls. But that's what Devlin does. He calls a lot, right? And
Yeah,
that's one thing that he hasn't done.
in almost 7 months, and that's not my son. And my son lived on the internet. He was always on social media. His social media presence has completely vanished. And that's not him. There's a little girl, and I'm gonna call her a little girl because she's the same age as my child. When Devlin went missing, she was 13 years old. Devlin and her would get in trouble for playing Roblox at all hours of the night. She doesn't have her Roblox buddy anymore, you know?
Well, and that's another, thing that was upsetting to me, because as we were all trying to figure out solutions yesterday, this is what Panda was doing. And Little Red says, just to be clear, I didn't say jack shit. The other person spoke and I listened and changed the subject, and I will never ever come unhinged on a live show. And I believe you too. And Carlos says, I believe you, Little Red. And that's it. We can't control really what happens up on the panel, right? I mean, because all of our guests have their own brains and their own mouths and their own perspectives, and that's why we have people up. I think that she deliberately manipulated her way onto the panel, and it's just the woe is me crap, and we don't need that. The me, woe is me, woe is
Now,
Devlin.
I might not be able to keep Devlin's name out of her mouth, but Laura Cobb, you can keep my name out your mouth.
I was appalled when she said that she's working with you because I just know that we've,
No,
and
no.
there was even some things that I was trying to keep quiet from you until we both were comparing notes because I just didn't want to put that onto you. Like I didn't want to give her the attention that she was looking for because I feel like this was all done for attention. Oh, a local case. Oh, I'm going to do that. I mean, it's horrible to think that way. His phone is still with
She,
him,
she,
to the
she's
best of my
been
knowledge.
she's been working with me since day one, but yet she's the one that says I'm not ready to talk. I think I was ready to talk when that YouTube call came out when the uncensored page was made, now known as Devlin Tate. I poured my heart out to her in those texts, you know. What about my conversation with Mary? What about when you first reached out to me? But I'm not ready to talk, right?
Well, that was another that was the biggest red flag to me because then once you, like, contacted me back within I think it was, like, an hour even or 2, but you're like, "Yeah, I'm willing to talk to you. I've tried to get" I don't wanna shout out to Christina Randall because I do like Christina Randall, and I don't wanna bad anything, but I remember you saying, like, "Oh, I tried to get Christina Randall to talk about Devlin," and I was like, "Oh, yeah, I
I
know who
did.
she is," and, so you yeah. Mm.
And I still haven't heard back from her.
Christina Randall, we need you. But you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just we do need everybody. We do. What we don't need is this crap that's going back and forth or making you feel left out of the mix, right? Like, we need everybody to feel comfortable at
I
least
need Devlin.
and start telling the truth. Somebody needs to start telling the truth because it's just weird, right? 8:21 AM.
Nothing adds up. Nothing makes any sense. My son did not just poof and vanish into thin air. Tammy, your remarks last night are freaking appalling to say about your quote unquote um grandson slash adopted brother. He was not freaking abducted by aliens. What on God's earth possessed you to say that is beyond me. Yes, I have that in writing. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, well, and that's
There is
why
my son.
I mean, and the fact of the matter is there's a local fundraiser, and then, like I said, I do feel sorry for the locals that this has all happened. I get why they would be leery or, why you would be leery of, what's
Sabrina tainted it.
yeah.
Nobody's going to donate to me to help me get home. Sabrina tainted it. That's why I've been against it since day one.
Well, and, I understand that, and that's why I was upset with that old fart because I was like, "Hey, that's not fair." I mean, yeah, make me responsible for the things I've done, but not take responsibility for something that someone else did.
And I
You
told you
know?
they were going to do that. That's why I didn't want to do it. Because I knew that was going to happen. And it did.
Yeah. Well, and unfortunately, people are just gonna
And
have to deal with it,
thank you to
you
the
know?
people that have donated. I really appreciate you guys so much for those of you that have donated. But it's still not enough to get me home.
Well,
And
and
I'm
that's why
worried that everything Sabrina did is going to prevent it from getting that far.
well, I don't think so because it's just a small group of people. There's a larger group of people that would like to help, and it's really about getting Devlin's story out there and you show everybody who you are. And the great thing is that you have. And yeah, there's going to be times where you're upset, and there's going to be times where there's going to be people that maybe you can't trust, and that's too bad. You know,
And
it's
it's
just
hard
it's
to
gonna
know,
happen.
and it's hard to
But
know
at
at
least
this
you know what to
point.
look for, now.
Right, right. And it's hard to know at first who I can trust and who I can't trust with this when I can't look you in the eye. I can't watch, your actions because y'all are in Michigan and I'm in Yuma, Arizona. This is all going through, my phone screen. So all I can do is take to heart the words that you say to me in messages and how I reply, you know.
Yeah.
And for Panda Bear's mom to do this is just, it's not right. I was nice the first time. I did not call you out by name the first time when I brought it up, when I didn't appreciate you putting words in my mouth. I'm not going to be so nice about it this time. Laura Cobb, aka Panda Bear's mom, keep my name out of your mouth.
I just hope that she understands that going up on these panels is not helping Devlin. I just hope that she realizes that there's other ways that she can help that are not going to hurt people, because she's really wreaked havoc around, and, you know, it's really transparent. Like, it's like they're doing stuff and then they say they're not doing it, but you are doing it because we have proof that you did it. And I don't like to show people text messages, but too friggin' bad. Don't do dirt and you won't have to worry about it. Do something more productive with your time. You know, I have an awesome person. I don't like to tell people everybody, who I get information from and stuff like that. But, one of my Facebook friends was, helping with Devlin, and he said, "Look, they're having a meeting, for all the fishermen and game guys out there, whatever you call yourselves, in Ionia County." I personally sent them Devlin's flyer that we made, "Got a boat with sonar, can you help? Email me," right? It's total gaslighting, and it hurts, it really hurts. Especially from my perspective, because I did think that I was building a network of people that wanted to help Women's Warrior, and that's what really hurt.
Yeah, and
Like,
and and for another thing that really hurts, don't take credit for things that you don't do. The United Cajun Navy Fine 911, that was not Panda Bear's mom in any way, shape, or form. That was Choochie. Thank you, Choochie. Give
exactly.
credit where credit's deserved.
And Jessica, I am not Superwoman. Like, I can't, like, I do not have, like, powers to be like, "Oh, this is what I should do." Like, so many people care and are helping. Like, trust me, like, when I say that there's so many people that are out there helping me, sending me stuff. Miss Ann sent stuff, Detroit. I mean, you guys, I mean, for real. And I still haven't even gotten to show Choochie's husband's drawings. I mean, like, people care. People care. And that's what we need. We don't need people who are doing it because they want recognition, but give them the recognition, though. We should, though. We need to be saying thank you to each other. We need to be saying thank you to God. We need to be saying thank you for everything that we have, and then giving of ourselves and our time and our resources to Jessica finding Devlin, to Seth finding Sebastian. There's people that are helping Chris and Katie. Good. More power to you. But, help these parents, these families. Why are we hurting them? I don't get it. You know? And Carrie is another person that's very, very helpful and doesn't ask for shit.
It's not about what can I do for myself. It's about what can you do for my son. Find my son and bring him home. Please.
Well, and I think if anybody's is deserving to have the help, it's you, because you do have AJ. You sent me over like his little packets that you make for him for him to eat, and things like that. I mean, it's just a lot, you
What
know.
he has to have in a 24-hour period.
You know, I haven't even had a chance to let BHB know, Seabird, but she's a smart one. She's a good one too. She's
Yeah,
a true
here
advocate.
they,
Take some notes on
here
Betty
they,
because Betty does do stuff for people. I know she does. She's done for me. When I needed
you
her to
know,
go to court with me, she came with me, or I would have been by myself when my stuff.
here's something for all of you guys that are listening to this tonight, and you, Lady Freedom. Here's something for y'all to think about. Here in a couple of weeks, you guys are going to be sitting around a table surrounded by your loved ones, enjoying the time that you guys have as a family and making memories. Devlin's not going to have that. Same at Christmas. You guys are going to be sitting there opening your presents with your loved ones, making memories, having a good time. Where's Devlin's Christmas? What?
And Jessica, I don't ever want you to lose hope. I don't care what anybody says. Nobody out there knows that Devlin's not with us anymore. You don't
Devlin
know.
needs
And
to
I
be
know as a
found.
mom,
That is my point. Devlin needs to be found. Bring him home before the holidays. There's a few weeks. Give Devlin and give AJ what y'all are about to experience in a couple of weeks.
and I hate that you even have to think about it. I hate that for you. Um, and also shout out to Little Red Q for also all of her hard work, and that's the thing, we don't need it all trampled on. And also on top of it, think about it and think about what Jessica just said about her son and about who really matters. Devlin, you know, I saw a lot of failures to Devlin, you know, and I understand there's been people that have said some, you know, said admitted and all of this stuff. We understand a lot of it. We get a lot of the dynamic. We've gotten a lot of it, right? But now it's like, where is he? Where could he be? What happened in the last week that he went missing, right? Let's focus on the last week he went missing. Let's focus on getting the waters checked.
I really
Let's
don't
focus
like the
on
way
getting the woods
Sabrina
checked.
responded to that the other day.
I'm sorry, Jess, what'd you say?
I really don't like the way Sabrina responded to that the other day. I would really love to hear people's take. If anybody that's on tonight listened to Sabrina's 4 hours with Lady Freedom the other day, when she was asked about the comment she was accused of making at the bake sale, what are y'all's reactions to her response to that? Because it bugs the hell out of me. I can't let it go.
Jessica, did we reach out to Ed Golder? I'm sorry, not to just switch over, but that's a good question, Detroit.
That name does not sound familiar to me, so I doubt it.
I know Detroit had sent it over, and I know I've hammered away with a bunch of stuff, to you too. We
That
need
name,
well,
that
I
name's
think
not
it'd be a good
familiar.
idea to reach back out even so. Because did you ever get a hold of Ed Golder from the DNR? Maybe give Jessica his number. He's head of the media and she could give him all of the information about Devlin.
Yes, please, somebody send me that number. That name does not sound familiar to me.
Thank you, Detroit. Thank you. And that's what I mean. Like so many people, and again, Detroit's another one. You know, we need local people. We need local people. We do need people going in chats and saying, "Hey, Devlin Tate's still missing." Just so you know who's so good at doing that is Justice Jane. If you guys ever see Justice Jane around the YouTube streets, she's always going into chats and dropping missing kids information. Even though even if she's not a mod, she just types it in the chat, or maybe she has it saved somewhere and she just, cuts and pastes it. That's what we need is people to do that. That's what we need in these chats more than opinion. We need more flyers. We need more awareness. We need to drop the autism links.
Brenda
People don't
Calvert.
understand autism, Jess, as much.
They don't. They really don't understand autism. But Brenda Calvert, the answer is in the last 48 hours before he went missing. Exactly.
And
I know
so
nothing
when
about
I
it.
talked to Sabrina, thinking back on talking to Sabrina, I was up until that point. Because we covered a lot of ground, but the one main thing that I would love to talk again or more about, or get a better grasp on is Saturday, right? Sunday, because the altercation happened that weekend, right?
Yeah.
If
And
Devlin
the fact is
blocked
that she
somebody,
brings up the last 48 hours too. The fact that she brings that up, Devlin's the last 48 hours, I did not hear from my son. I didn't hear from my son the last 2 days before he went missing. That's 48 hours.
right, right, and so we know that he went to Pastor Maryland's church. Um, According to Tamara, it was Lorraine, Sandra, and Devlin that went and ate dinner at the church. And then according to Sabrina, there was some Easter baskets given by Sandra. I guess she brings the Easter baskets for everyone. It's grandma's do, right? And after that it's hazy, but I know that Tamara said that Devlin, and I wanted to get your take on this too, Jessica, that Devlin was telling everyone at the church, according to Pastor Maryland, that he was going to meet his girlfriend, or he was saying it, that he was going to meet his girlfriend at the park.
No, he wasn't.
And she said that was odd to her, and when she asked Marie didn't know.
Because he wasn't able to see Marie, and Marie was his only girlfriend. Marie is 16 years old. Devlin at the time was 18. Marie's mom told my son that if they didn't stop all contact, she was going to put my son in jail. He had absolutely no plans to see any quote unquote girlfriend that was not Marie. Marie is his only girlfriend. And that was verified too through the school friend that my son calls Sissy. I sent you screenshots of the conversation the other day.
Yeah.
No, I read them. I think I read them to you. We were on the phone.
Okay, you didn't send them. I was like, yeah, I think you did. And I was like, yeah, you probably did send them because I know I went through a bunch of them, because I try to get them in order and then make videos of them so we could see everything, it's
I mean, I
just
can send you them, but I think I read them over the phone. because she was replying to the messages as I was talking to you.
Okay. I'm grabbing your link for so just bear with me. Thank you, Chuchi. I'll get it. Thank you, Seclusion, Heavenly Father. In this time of sorrows, please return Devlin, Sebastian, and others home. Thank you, Seclusion.
Dude, so I had to set up an actual bank account for this GoFundMe that Lady Freedom set up. And a friend of mine gave me a ride out to the bank because it's across town. Before we went to the bank, because we were half an hour early, he stops at McDonald's, gives me a little bit of money, and sends me into McDonald's to get us both some coffee. Because I'm standing there waiting for the coffee, a lady yells out a name for, I guess, I don't know, maybe like a DoorDash order, an Uber Eats order. But the name she yelled out made me stop dead in my tracks. And the person wasn't there yet, but the name she called was Sebastian. I froze immediately. The first thing I thought of was Sebastian Robert.
You know, and it's amazing because I think that that's the Lord working in mysterious ways.
I mean, obviously, there's plenty of other people with his name, but I immediately thought of him when I heard it.
I'm sorry, I'm looking for my password for the GoFundMe. That's terrible. See if I was better with passwords. Just bear with me, guys. That altercation is tickling my brain, something about it. So the altercation,
I like how she explained that in the 4-hour live, too. I backed him out of my face. What? You
think
pushed him.
Warrior. Thank you, Women's Warrior. I'm over here looking for my password, Women's Warrior. Got it. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think it's a sign too, Ava. Absolutely. It's not every day that we have 2 children that are missing, same rare chromosome deletion. Oh, Ava, it is on, let's see.
GoFundMe draws out a thief.
Yeah, the one that I put up for well, Sabrina and I, when she came up on the panel. I could drop it in here. I know I can find that one quicker than my password. I have it saved on my phone, but when I go to do it on my computer, it's a little bit different. Hold on. Now, I think it was a good conversation. I know that, you know, we're going to have differences of opinion. Now, I will say that in my opinion, the pushing down part, right? It's a tough one for me because of the way that it was told. So if somebody trips, that means that they're moving forward and they're tripping over something, right? But the way that Sabrina described it was that Devlin was, coming towards her and yelling. They were in an altercation, right? And then she said she backed him up, but that would require pushing, in my opinion. I know it's a bit of semantics, but it's also important to recognize that you're not tripping necessarily because you're moving forward. Now, somebody pushing you back, and that push is going to cause you to move backwards, right? And then gravity takes its place, right? And your butt hits the seat. And that's what happened ultimately. So I know that Sabrina really didn't want to say that she did push Devlin, but obviously she did, in my opinion, based on the way that physics works, right? Seclusion works is probably way better at explaining this than me. but it is. It's that,
But
I
the way she
I understand.
responded to the question about the accusation. Mm.
I'm sorry, Jessica. I was talking and I probably talked over you a little bit.
But the way that she responded about the accusation.
Yeah. Well, and she said that the recliner didn't exist and then it did exist. So I know there was some back and forth. So I understand why people are kind of like scratching their head. They have some more questions, that is a good thing, right? Because like if it cleared everything up, then we would have found Devlin. The fact that we have more questions is a good thing. It's not necessarily a bad thing. We don't want more questions than answers. We want to find solutions. So um minimizing is a form of lying. It is. I mean, and also it may show that she's feeling bad in hindsight, right? Or that she's feeling remorseful about their fighting and stuff. But I will say, d how often would you say, and if you can't answer, I understand, Jessica, but, like, did Devlin block people regularly, or was that something where he was? Because he seems like he's
If,
active, you know?
if,
Um,
if Devlin's gonna block you, then he's pretty pissed off. Like he's not gonna block you for no reason. Um, he's made off the wall comments about, you know, disowning me when he's pissed off because things aren't going exactly his way. Cause, um, and I can't even remember the way that the conversation went, but he had apologized for it the very next day. Like he's never blocked me. Ashley's the one that blocked me off of his account because she was pissed that I reached back out to my son. But no, it's not even the chair. Like I want to know what people's reactions are, or what they thought of the way that she answered. Okay, at the end of the 4 hour live, you asked if anybody had any other questions, and I wanted to know, you know, about the comment that she was accused of making at the bake sale about, all anybody has to do is get Devlin into a big body of water and he can take care of himself because he can't swim.
mm.
What is your guys' whoever watched that? What is your reaction to her response to that? I cannot get over her response to that.
Yeah, KJ says it left me unsettled.
It really bothers me. It's been bothering me for days. I woke up thinking about Sabrina this morning. And I still have a decent chunk of that I have to go back and watch and listen to because I had to get out of it for the DDD meeting for AJ. I still haven't had a chance to rewatch it.
I know. Well, it's long too. I need to kind of make up some shorts and stuff of it. I just haven't had a chance. Carrie asked a good question. Jessica, did Devlin tell you Sabrina pushed him?
Yeah, it's in screenshot proof. That's why I confronted Tammy about Sabrina pushing him into the chair.
Yeah.
That came from me because Devlin was pretty upset about it.
And that's what it
You've aired those screenshots in previous lives.
well, and the thing about it is that we can't change it if it did happen. It would just give us some better insight because I remember asking Sabrina, like, did you guys mend it? Was things better, after you guys got, because sometimes when you get in an argument and it's heated and everybody, calms down,
I
people say
mean,
they're sorry. You know what I
I
mean?
mean, obviously not if Devlin still had her blocked.
Well, and I will say that my ears perked up on that too, because I was thinking, okay, well, does Devlin typically block people? That's why I asked you too. Um, but also I think it does say a lot that, that they obviously I'll just say it like this. It answered my question, you know, because was Devlin mad still? Did you guys mend it? No, obviously not. And which day did that happen again?
Uh, Shortly before his disappearance, like within the week.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to go back a week.
I'd have to go back so far
I
to
think
see.
because I agree with Brenda, it's, last 48 hours, right? I mean, it's a crucial time period, but I am looking more, eh, you know, like even in Sebastian Rogers' case, I kind of put myself at a year in the beginning that there was that there was premeditation. And at the beginning of everything, I put myself at a year, but then when I figured out that the CPS report started prior to that, then I wanted to move my time frame back, right, to like a year and a half, 2 years, looking into his case, deep diving into the last 2 years of his time with, that where he wasn't, I mean, missing.
And I can't speak at all to the last 48 hours before he went missing because I didn't hear from him for 2 days before he went missing. And that's not really normal either. He was constantly blowing me up.
Well, and I agree with that as well. KJ Maxx says his living situation created immense stress. This still stops like a lump in like a lump in my stomach, as it could be a motive to make someone go away.
Oh, and what's this that there are 3 bedrooms at Tammy's house? One is for Sabrina and Will, one is for Julius, and the other one was for storage. And my son was on the living room floor. I heard that today.
Yeah, so when I and of course, this is what happens when you look up, like a property online. Sometimes there's extra rooms that you didn't, that aren't on there or whatever. Because I think I looked it up and it was a two-bedroom, but I think they might have added on to it since they've had it or something. But yeah, that's what I remember that Sabrina said that there was 3 bedrooms and then the living room, basically, you have the kitchen, whatever, bathroom, but,
Okay,
um,
okay, if
there
one was for storage, why was my son on the living room floor? All that stuff could have been taken out of that room and my son could have been in a room. Does
I
anybody else see something wrong with that?
Yeah, I mean, and I would have to agree, you know, um, and KJ, I remember you saying that too, that you found it odd, and I do as well, that Tamara and Devlin were in the living room together, like he was sleeping on the floor, but since Tamara, is more comfortable to sleep like in the recliner in the living room, that's where she was sleeping too. But why not make the bedroom up in the back, like I mean, yeah, it seems like the
You-
easiest.
You're you're gonna you're gonna use a whole room for storage when a child needs a room.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it, KJ Maxx. Yeah, I get it. No, I do. I get it totally because it does. Um, it is hard. It's hard for all of us to hear. It is. It is. You know, Women's Warrior says, Lady and Jessica, I feel like this was partly premeditated. In my opinion, I feel like nothing they did destroyed your relationship. I feel they were beginning to grasp at straws once everything failed, in my opinion.
Pretty much. Uh-oh. AJ, are you okay, buddy? You good? You know you should be sleeping, right?
Faye says, I agree. Where the phone last pinged wasn't in Devlin's hands. It was a distraction, which means whoever did this thought about it allegedly. So
At
the
this
phone
point, I
pinged
wouldn't be
at
surprised
11.
if the
Yeah.
phone was planted.
What's that, Jess? I'm sorry.
I said at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if the phone was planted.
Well, and it does seem like, well, what I'll say is that I do find it odd that it was said in the 911 call to go to the trailer park, and then that's where his phone pinged at 11, because the call came in at
Not,
10:30, and then
not, not to mention that she gave a false address.
it's yes, yeah. She gave the wrong address to the parapro, but then they ended up finding the area. And then when they went to go call Devlin's phone again, it was going to voicemail, and I had asked, well, and that's how we kind of came to the conclusion that she was blocked, was because she admitted it, obviously, which was, I mean, I'm not faulting somebody for being honest, please, but what I'm saying is that that's how we know that, because I was like, well, did his voicemails go to, or excuse me, did his phone go to voicemail when you called him or tried to call him? And he said, well, I had to try to call him on the messenger. I said, "Oh, okay." Hey, Justice for Nog. Or Noog, I'm sorry, I always say it wrong. Yeah, and, Rosebud says, "Yeah, you're talking about how she said she backed him up. Sorry, it would be push or shove." Yeah, because
Yeah,
that's the way that
exactly.
you would fall back. Because your momentum, if somebody pushes you backwards, your momentum's gonna bring you, and then you're gonna fall on your tush.
I
Yes,
just want my
please
son.
do. Please do.
I need my baby phone.
Yeah. Yeah, that audio from the scanner. Um, well, and that's what I was thinking too, Rose, but I think the reason why it's very powerful and what we're talking about is because of the timing and then Devlin going missing. Now, an altercation in families is, expected or normal or whatever. I mean, sometimes that happens, but the fact that Devlin's missing, that does, bring some things into question, of course. And, Rosebud says the whole ordeal had to do with the chair, with someone said, is now which someone said is now missing. And what do you think about the chair being missing?
Yeah, and to that note, that's another thing. Sabrina's trying to say that it was a folding chair, but yet wait, Tammy slept in a recliner, which is now a love seat. So there's where the recliner came from. It was not a folding chair. My son was pushed into the recliner that Tammy slept in. Now the recliner is missing, and so is my son, and they replaced the recliner with a love seat.
And to my knowledge, how much did or how much deep diving did Ellie do on that family and forensics digital? More searches needed to be done too. This is so sad. I agree. Like all this stuff, I was telling Little Red that today too. I was like, all this shit should have been done. We should have already had this all done. But a lot of it has been. We just have to make sure that way we can check it off or check off our box or whatever. And
Oh,
I
I
don't
don't
know
know
how
about
much.
that.
I don't. I do know
I
that.
don't know.
What's that, Jess? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I don't know about that one, Lady Freedom, because didn't Sabrina admit the other day that all they did was ask her a few questions off to the side in the fire barn? She was never officially interrogated, and neither was anybody else in that family.
She did say that, and then she said she was also kind of helping with some of the searching early on.
In cases like these, the perpetrator likes to stay close to the case so they know what's going on. That picture of Will's face, dude, there ain't no way in hell you're gonna pass that off as plaque psoriasis. My mother, or the lady that I refer to as my mother in California, has plaque psoriasis, and that is not what is on Will's face.
Well, and I will bring that up because I know Sabrina had sent it over from she said it was May 7th. Um, let's see here.
Whether it's, from Devlin or not, which I believe it could be, it's still not plaque psoriasis.
Oh, this is a
In
good
my
point.
opinion, it's clear defensive wounds.
So here it is, and you guys might have to pinch and zoom in. Um, but I do see, like, right here is kind of an older scratch. Now, this is from May 7th, right? Just so you guys know, is what according to Sabrina. And then I do see a little bit of redness here and here. Um, a bit of irritation here and a little bit of irritation here. And guys, make up your own mind. But this is, Will Hartman, Sabrina's boyfriend. And she did send this to me, told me I could put it up.
Look at the yellow bruises around his eyes.
Well, and I also think like with the oh, sorry, hold on. Let me just do this a little bit. You don't see it like on his arms or anything either. Oh, I don't think I can make this any bigger or anything like that. Hold on. Let's do it this way because I wanted to get your guys' opinion on it. And I mean, we're purely speculating. Um,
All I know is I know what plaque psoriasis is, and that's not it.
and I know it occurs like like on your like your elbows and stuff. Which is, I mean, I feel bad for the guy that he's got it, and I'm not trying to say that anything is, whatever, but I mean, it's up for discussion. So, let me go ahead and try to pull it. Oh, here we go. Um, the only thing is I don't want to show her baby. I mean, her baby is adorable. I just don't like to show the babies. Um, hold on. Why don't I see the attachments here? Can I present them? Oh, here we go. Here, just click on the attachment. Okay, there's two. I just shared the one, but hold on, let me remove this. And just bear with me here. Okay. So there's the one picture. And then here's the other picture that I posted. But see, like his arms are very clear. And I know, poor little guy. He's so cute. Beautiful little baby. But you know, I can tell he's got a scar on his belly right here. Not to be pointing out her boyfriend's body or whatever. It's weird. But I did notice like some scars and stuff. So like I know what I'm looking for and at. But there appears to be a scratch. But it appears to be an older scratch. So hey Mally Cat. So, and then I'll go ahead and show I just wanted to show you guys his arms, because his arms were pretty clear. Now we can't see the other one, of course. There we go. So, yeah, I just see right here kind of like an L shape, or a backwards 7, something like that. KJ Mac, excuse me, Jessica, KJ Mac wants to know, did he have possession of his phone those 48 hours?
I don't know. I can't answer that. I didn't talk to him.
And she sent the police to the area his phone last pinged, Brenda says, and I agree. Yeah, I think the polygraphs would be a smart move. I do, Rosebud, I do.
And I completely agree with that too. The only problem with the polygraph is it's inadmissible in court. So even if we find something, we still can't use it.
Well, and Brenda says, what phones traveled in tandem with Devlin's phone is a good question. It is, amazing question, right? Like, was there anyone that was with
That was
Devlin's
with
phone?
him.
And forensics would tell us everything. Forensics would also tell us if anything was erased or deleted or attempted to be, or you know what I'm saying?
Where's my baby?
I got what you're saying. I got what you're saying, KJ Mac. We were told he went to charge his phone and that the and this and that occurred with his phone, but after the altercation, did he even have it still? Where's the proof that he still had his phone? I don't think there's a lot of camera footage, Justice for Nude, but there isn't. Basically, the camera footage that we have, or to the best of our knowledge, is going to be at Carl's.
Supposedly, that's the only camera footage.
It would just be nice to see. Rosebud says the most that bothered me was that when she said, if anybody out there has any answers to help me look, I'm telling the truth. Please come forward and I'll do whatever ever you say, paraphrasing, but I'm close. Yeah, I do remember that as well. I think the police need to do better training. Absolutely.
I just don't know what to do anymore. I need my baby. I can't keep going on like this. And it doesn't matter how old he gets. You know, he turned 19 after his disappearance. Age don't matter. He will always be my baby, and I need my baby found.
I agree. Women's Warrior, I don't think there are any affiliations with Freemasons or influential groups. But Jessica, do you have something to add to that?
Or links to anyone who would have their best interests. Not to my knowledge.
I didn't find any connections there either. I know that I mean it's a good question. I don't think Tamara picked well, I
Yep. She would lock him out. She threatened that if he does not get on food stamps and take a call from his caseworker, that she was going to evict him. In fact, he was living at Tammy's before he ended up in the quote unquote militia house, according to Matt. And he had left Tammy's because of being mistreated there and was spending nights at the laundromat and wherever else he could. And then he was at the militia house, supposedly. And then when he left there, he moved back into Tammy's, was always coming back after curfew, and Tammy would lock him out and not let him in. And then Tammy turned around and there's screenshot proof that if he did not come back for a call to get on EBT, she was going to evict him. Wait, what did
well,
you just say?
I
Someone just said
I
something about the
wonder.
comment.
So yeah, Seclusion says okay, her comment regarding Devlin, the water, and letting him take care of himself, a form of inhumane enjoyment, pardon it. I mean no disgust. Yeah, no,
Dude, I cannot get over her reaction. Oh my god.
yeah. And yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm so glad that I'm in Arizona when she was saying all of that because, you know, being his mom, if she was standing in front of me when she answered and responded in the way that she would have, I would have caught a case that day. There would have been nothing stopping me from catching a case that day if she was standing in front of me saying that.
Well, and it's just we have to look at every statement and analyze what's being said, right? Because if someone's involved, they're not just gonna come out and say it, right? They're not gonna say I mean, some people will if there's enough pressure.
But the
Um,
way she responded, like, what the hell? I cannot get over her response to that.
yeah, and I think it's I mean, like with what Detroit is saying, seclusion, the water comment bothers me. If he was pushed or fell in fully clothed and couldn't swim, he wouldn't have a chance. The weight of the clothes and boots would he would sink.
Well, not only that, but where's the chair? Where's the chair he got pushed into? That's missing too. I want the middle of those lakes searched before they freeze over.
Yeah, I would like to see the divers, Justice for Duke. I would. I would like to see the divers come in and at least clear the lake. I would love for that to happen. You know,
I mean, granted, I might be having complete tunnel vision as his mom and feeling wholeheartedly that they have something to do with it, but prove me wrong. Search the lakes, clear the lakes, make sure he's not in there, and prove me wrong if nothing else.
Well, and I agree too, Detroit. They could have brought him to a different. I mean, the Great Lakes are all around, right? Like Michigan and Chicago, and they're all around the. Right? We live near the Great
We are
Lakes.
a peninsula.
You're in that area. Brenda says, "Do you think that they put Devlin out of the house when they went to work in the mornings? 7:30 seems early for a kid that age to get up and around."
I knew of Devlin sleeping until 3 in the afternoon. Like, this is completely unusual to me. Tammy would bitch about him sleeping into the afternoon.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, teenagers, and especially
Well,
after a holiday, you would think it would be kind of a break, and they would be trying to kind of maybe, make it a little bit easier on Devlin because of his upcoming court stuff. Maybe they weren't happy with him because of that. I understand, whatever. But in the same way, it's a holiday. I'm going to go ahead and take off Mr. Hartman. But so, but yeah, I mean, I'll just say the placement of everything is odd. We got Easter Sunday, we have the next day, which is Monday, right? And then Tuesday was court. That's another big area of time, right? Because we also need to consider the court date as well.
he didn't run though, because if he ran, I would have heard from him by now. I know he didn't run. Plus, he was looking for a way to get to court.
I agree. I agree. Oh,
Oh
I'm
my
sorry.
god,
Jess, could you
Cinderella, they had a very weird sense of punishment. Yeah, tell me about it.
repeat that about the EBT and Tammy, please, for Rosebud?
Yeah, Tammy told him that if he didn't come back to get a call from his caseworker so he could get on EBT, that she was going to evict him. And like Devlin was sticking up for himself too. Lady Freedom aired that in a previous she aired the screenshot in a previous live where Tammy threatens to evict him if he doesn't come back to take a phone call to get EBT.
Thank you. And Brenda Calvert says she said there was no recliner too. It was a folding chair he fell into. Yeah. So
The recliner Tammy used to sleep in.
yeah, that was a little bit hazy, right? Too, because it was like it was a recliner. Um, it was a non-existent recliner. It was a folding chair. I was like, which one was it? When I was listening back to it, I did catch that as well. So I
There's
think
no
he's a big
recliner,
bad
but
jerk.
yet Tammy sleeps in a recliner, right?
I'm sorry. What'd you say, Jess? I'm sorry.
I said there's no recliner, but yet Tammy sleeps in a recliner, right?
Well, that's it. I mean, it's just, just being honest, or just, making everything more clear is, it's either a folding chair or a recliner, right? We all know what a recliner is. We all know what a folding chair is. So that's, whenever we have that, it brings another layer into things, right? Jessica, did Devlin tell you about the abuse from them? That's a good
Yeah,
question.
He told me about a lot of it. I confronted Tammy about Sabrina pushing him into that chair.
Well, and could you elaborate a little bit on some of the things that he brought to your attention? Because I know that that was a little bit of a bit of a back and forth in the chat. Because I know Tamara was saying, well, he liked to lie a lot about like he liked to lie to Jessica about what was really going on. And so I know that we had shown some of the screenshots and things like that. So I know some of it, but I also, would kind of like you to
Tammy,
elaborate. And I'll be right back, but just feel free to keep talking. I'm gonna mute my mic.
Tammy admitted to it when I confronted her about the chair. Tammy also admits in a text message that aired on a previous live to repeatedly calling my son a crybaby bitch boy. That is mental and emotional abuse. Constantly threatening to kick my son out. If they got into it and Devlin had made some remark about Tammy, oh, if anything happens to me, my kids know who to go after, meaning my son. Sandra, at one point in time, had pending charges against her for hitting Devlin with a spatula. There is one point in time where I wanted to call Adult Protective Services on Tammy about my son, and Devlin begged me not to because he was afraid of what would happen if I did.
All right, Jessica, I was listening. I just had to click my ear on and just grab something to drink.
Oh, shoot you. I can't see Tammy sleeping in a folding chair. Yeah, neither can I.
Well, and that's it. I mean, nobody's gonna sleep in a folding chair, right? And it's not probably the best night's sleep if two people are sleeping in a living room, one person on the floor. Um, and then I understand that, when Sabrina and Will were there because they have the little one, or well, it's Sabrina's son. But either way, when he's around, little kids like to get up early and they're ready to eat breakfast and they're ready to start their day, right? They have all the energy in the world, and then you have a teenager who is like, you know, um, he's kind of wanting to sleep in. So I was thinking that maybe that was part of like the rampages because I was thinking about the rampages too.
Well, it's like I can understand, you know, Will and Sabrina having their own room. They're a couple, we know what couples do. I can understand Julius, being that he is the same age as Devlin, having his own room. But then they have a third room that they're using for storage while my son is sleeping out on the living room floor. Why in the hell didn't they clear out that quote unquote storage room and put my son in there? If he had his own space, they wouldn't be bitching about his stuff being all over the place.
Well, and I think that that would have been a reasonable solution, right? And also it would relieve some of the tension, I'm sure. Like that would be a small step that could be taken in order to, just alleviate some of the tension of everybody being in small quarters, and you know what I mean. Sorry, I had to open my door if you guys heard that creaking. Um, okay, so Rosebud said, did he ever elaborate on any other forms of abuse prior?
He he would always talk about fighting with Matt. He said that Matt's put his hands on him before. Apparently he threw my son up against the wall and like put him in a chokehold. Um, Ashley's just a really aggressive person in her messages and clearly violent, but I can't speak to whether or not she has ever physically touched my son. Um, the only thing I can speak of is when Devlin was a baby and there was a domestic dispute going between Nikki Kelly and my ex-husband in the kitchen. Ashley had my son, and Nikki had thrown my ex-husband against the refrigerator and was like getting really violent and aggressive, and I did not want my son in the room. I kept asking for Ashley to give my son back or at least take him in a different room, and she refused to do so. That's, you know, psychological harm on my baby no matter how old he is. I can't really speak to anything outside of that throughout the years other than Michigan State Police calling me to tell me about Bill's abuse towards my son. And again, Tammy, I don't know what you got going on over there, but you need to go back to sex ed because you can't get genital warts from a toilet seat.
Yeah, and I mean, the fight, I'm wondering too, justice for Noog. I mean, a private eye would help, I think. Um, Jessica, do you think if they treated Devlin like crap, why didn't they just want him to go live with you? And were they taking his money? Faye wants to know.
He wasn't getting any money, so I can't really speak to that. Although I do know that Sabrina owes him money to this day that she borrowed for a meal that my son did not even get to eat. And to this day, she has not paid him back.
Yeah, and see, that's not good. Where's all his stuff now? Rosebud is asking. I think that's a good question. I wonder if
Yeah,
they have it all together for him, or
your guess is as good as mine. That'd be a question for Tammy, since apparently she's the only one that still lives there.
right? Because I guess Will's son got evicted according to Matt.
And Will's son was not in the picture before my son's disappearance. I know nothing whatsoever of this Christian kid.
Well, here's my question for that matter. If Will's son moved in after Devlin went missing, where was Will's son living in the house? I mean, like, did they clear the bedroom out for him?
Right, was he on the floor with Tammy?
Was he on, I mean, because I could see Devlin being okay with that, maybe because that's, he grew up with Tammy, but it's like, okay, you didn't, this other kid doesn't know you, and I, I don't, yeah, I don't know.
Bet you they
Well, and
cleared out that bedroom for Christian, but they couldn't do it for Devlin. Right, Choo-Choo.
yeah, I mean, I would have an attitude. I would be upset. I'd be grumpy in the morning. I would. Um, was he known to
And
threaten Tamara or others?
he would use me to do that. They were constantly calling me to like put Devlin in check because when Devlin would get too like overheated with the mistreatment, he would turn around, "Oh, I'm gonna have my mom come down here and beat your ass."
Aw. Well, and I mean, I think that was a big reason, and I did talk about that last night a bit, that he was really looking for people to help him out because he was feeling like people weren't being nice to him at home. And I'm not
Haley Joe.
saying, I know how it was. I wasn't there, but we do have, some things that Devlin had sent over to you and some conversations. We kind of understand like what he was doing for chores and stuff like that. We did talk to, you know, we've talked to
She was,
people, so I'm just kind of trying to gather it all together.
Sabrina was still trying to get guardianship of him like a week before he went missing. The voice clip and everything proves
I'm
that.
sorry.
And then she tried to make it seem like that was like right after Devlin turned 18. No, that was right before Devlin went missing.
Right. I'm sorry. I was putting my green tea in my cup. So, right. And that's the thing. I think that when we're looking at all of the events leading up to and until and then the actual events happening where he's missing, they call it the missing event. I don't know why they call it that, but they do. But when the missing event happens, those are all crucial and critical times to understand. And um, when we're looking at everything put together, there was a lot going on, right? I mean, there just was.
I just want my baby. I need my son.
I know, Jess. I know. Chuchi says, "Wait, when I asked her in the chat the other day about what he was living with Gordon, and she said welfare overstepped their boundaries and accused her daddy of something he didn't do." So that was another thing with CPS. Like, I'm pretty
A
sure CPS
doctor,
had involved.
a doctor made the accusation. Devlin's doctor made the accusation against Bill. And that's coming directly from my son.
Right, and then you also got
Michigan,
I know you talked about it before, but you also got a phone call from the Michigan State Police.
yep, Michigan State Police contacted me in California.
So, and at that point, obviously, there wasn't a whole lot you could do, but at least they did notify you.
Okay, so there's a comment up. It was said by Matt the recliner was taken to the dump. There any proof of that? What's to say that recliner isn't at the bottom of one of them lakes?
You know,
Somebody
I
prove
do,
me
re-
wrong.
I
Somebody
do
please prove me
remember.
wrong.
Yeah, Detroit is right though, or Detroit is right though, because it was said by Matt that the recliner was taken over to the dump, and then they got the love seat, or the smaller sofa.
But is there proof of the recliner being taken to the dump?
Well, and obviously this recliner keeps being brought up, and so it is something of interest, in my opinion. Carrie Jackson says, moved in after talking about Will's son, moved in after Devlin disappeared and evicted within months. What was he doing to be evicted? I don't know. And I was going to ask that, but I know that Sabrina had to kind of hop off, and she dropped down and I told her, hey, we've been on for 4 hours, feel free to come back up or, what have you. But I was wondering that too, kind of how that all transpired. I know Matt kind of told us a little bit, but do you know anything about that, Jessica?
I don't know anything about this person.
See, and well, it's to the best of my knowledge, like going back to what Chi was talking about. So at about age 10, Devlin goes to live with Gordon for a while. Then he's kind of bounced back and forth after that, right? Like he stays there for a while, and then he's with Sabrina and her husband for about a year, um, is what she said. And then, he's going to the militia house. He's going to Tamra's. He went back to Sandra's for a time. So he's going back and forth between family members. But
Yeah,
Sabrina was trying to file for the guardianship, and she did say that CPS had recommended that to her, but then later on she said CPS was never involved with Devlin, only called on her by disgruntled town people, right, locals. So that part, I was gonna ask her about some clarification, but since we're talking about it, you know.
oh, sorry. That must have been mentioned in the part that I haven't been able to listen to yet. I did not hear that part.
Yeah, well, because she does talk a little bit about her grandpa and how he was
If he was cleared
ultimate.
of any wrongdoing, if he was
Yeah,
ultimately cleared of any wrongdoing, then how come my son could not go back to Sandra's house until my son was 18 and Bill was deceased?
and Gordon is going to be Devlin's uncle, basically, um, one of his uncles or brother, adopted brother. Yeah, and that is one of Tamra's brothers, Gordon. So you have one of Sandra's sons, and Bill is Sandra's husband who adopted Devlin. Sandra and Bill adopted him. Let me put up, and this isn't the best family tree, guys, but this is the one that I have. Um, so on here you can see, oh, hold on, I'm sorry, let me take the comment down. From Rosebud, thanks Rosebud. And, so Devlin was adopted by Sandra and Bill Tate when he was a little over a year old. Devlin's family tree, so we have Sandra, we have Bill, we have Devlin, who is Jessica's son and Adam Nolan's son. We also have Timothy Hatfield, who was married to Jessica, who is Tamara's son. And then Tamara's got Ashley, the daughter. Tamara's her daughter. Excuse me. Ashley's the daughter. Sabrina's her daughter. And then Sabrina's boyfriend is Will. We looked at Will earlier. That's the cute little baby. And that's Will's son there. And because, originally Panda Bear's mom was telling us that, Will's son was living there and he wasn't. Poor guy. And then there's Matt Tate, and he was the last one to speak with Devlin. So, just so you guys get a good idea there. So, you're welcome, Ava. Thank you. Good night, Lil Red. Thanks for being here.
Oh, it's a good thing I have respite in the morning.
Well, and Women's Warrior brings up an interesting point. The recliner could have evidence on it, and what was the hair, or oh yeah, why would they get rid of it? I think it is of some significance to the case.
I agree. I've been saying that forever.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's just it's deduction, and I get that too. It is. It leads us to believe that, right? So if the recliner is in the dump, it could still be there. I agree with that, Detroit.
But
Rosebud
what
says,
proof is that it's in the dump, though? Is there proof that it's in the dump? somebody please prove me wrong about these lakes. I do not like the way Sabrina responded to that. I really don't. It really, really bothers me.
Yeah. Oh, well, I understand completely. So we showed. I know, Rosebud. You might not have saw it. We showed a paper from the Michigan courts, and
Oh, the
Bill
one I
and
didn't know.
Sandra. Yeah, the from the adoption stuff. Bill and Sandra
Oh,
were
honey.
awarded custody of Devlin when he was a baby, and it was due to medical neglect on some levels. But according to this document, again, that Chuchi had found and sent over, it states that neither household was really equipped to handle Devlin's special needs at that time. And this is me paraphrasing, guys. But basically, in my opinion, I don't know why Devlin was taken out of Jessica's care. And I'm saying that just based on the document and how it was worded. Um, because I think that at 19, you were 19 years old, yes, Jessica?
Yes, and I was an epileptic. I could not drive. We lived in Hastings. His appointment was in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Tammy went behind my back and canceled one ride, and then DHS's ride for the other appointment that he missed never showed up. That is not my fault.
Well, and here's the thing. I think that they should have given you better resources. And Tim, at that time, he was assisting and everything, and you guys had gotten married, and all that. I think that they should have helped you guys and not taken custody of your child. In my opinion, what family does that to their family? In my opinion, now I'm just speaking my own opinion, but I found that to be very odd. And I deleted the document out, or I would show you guys. But there's it's in Devlin's playlist.
I don't get this comment. Jessica, you must take custody of Devlin so you can have access to the paperwork. You can't take custody of a 19-year-old adult for one, and how do you take custody of a missing person? So I'm a little confused.
I know it's a tough situation that you're in because at 18 he was deemed to be okay by everybody to excuse me, by the judge for him to be free of everybody's guardianship, including even if you were to go like when he was 17 or whatever, by the time he's 18, I mean, he was essentially told he could take care of himself by the
Yes,
judge.
he was his own guardian. The judge told Sabrina she could not get guardianship of him, that he could be his own guardian. And to this comment about the recliner being outside, I don't know who started that. To my knowledge, the recliner was inside. It was never outside. My son did not sleep outside in a recliner. When he was sleeping outside, he was sleeping at the laundromat and anywhere else that he could find outside when he left Tammy's the first time.
Right. And so, and I wasn't sure if that was something that was a rumor, gossip, or if it was really going on. You know what I'm saying? Like,
No, it wasn't. Devlin was sleeping inside. The recliner was not outside, it was in the living room.
right. And
And
it sounds like
apparently it was
Amber
Tammy
slept
the
in it
one
more.
sleeping in it. Yep.
Right. Thank you for clarifying that. Because I think that might have been something that Panda Bear's mom brought in, and I'm not going to blame her for it because I don't know that she did, but we already did enough. But I think that was
Yeah,
part of
I don't know where that came from, but it was not outside. So who was in charge of the exercise when he was in minor? I would imagine whoever had guardianship of him at whatever point in time would be the same person in charge of his exercise. That's normally how it works. I am AJ's payee, and when Harmony was living with me, who is also on the spectrum and has other health issues, she's also on SSI. I was also her payee when she was in my care. Harmony is currently in Carmichael, California.
And also, there were times where Sabrina did have control over the SSI because she had him in her care and custody, like
Yep.
with her ex-husband. Yeah, yeah. So she was talking about that, or excuse me, the other day.
Yeah, as long as Devlin had SSI, whoever had guardianship of Devlin had control of Devlin's SSI.
That's the best of my understanding of it too, because I mean, it would travel with
That's
him,
how it
right?
works. That's how it works. I'm on SSI because I'm an epileptic, and two of my other children receive SSI for various medical conditions, and that's how it works. The legal
Right.
guardian is the payee.
I know. That's why I'm saying Cinderella. She needs to get over there, but it's tough. I mean, we just need searchers too. In the meantime, let's get the searchers on. Let's get our search on. All of our Michigan people. Let's get together, our Michigan people, and you guys have all been so great. I just do want to shout out to Michigan because you guys really, the local people, the people that have reached out to me, you guys are great. I don't ever want you to think that I don't think you guys are helping out. Like, thank you for everything you've done too.
Like,
Um,
please, you guys, you guys are about to, spend the holidays with your families in a few weeks. Give that to my boys. Give my boys a happy holiday too.
I think that's a big one as well, Women's Warrior. And that's where it's hard for me to just blame everything on Jessica and, even Tim at that point because he was, also stepping up to the plate, I guess, being the dad figure and whatnot. So, and I'm not going to get into the tit for tat, but I know Tammy says that that's her grandson. And at one point he was right, type
Step
of a thing, right, Jess?
grandson. Step
Yeah.
grandson.
So I mean, and but I do think that it would have
Cena
been a
is his
different
grandma.
outcome or relationship if there had been a little bit more of a nurturing type of a relationship, rather than let's just go ahead and take Devlin. Yeah, I'm thinking it was talked about in the first bit. It was Detroit. I know, Chi-Chi, and isn't that something? Yeah, this makes me so mad that they would take Devlin from Jessica, but then they give Adam Montgomery Harmony back. What the fuck? Yeah,
Wait.
exactly.
Harmony, wait, what?
Uh,
What did I just say?
Harmony Montgomery's case. I don't know if you're
Okay, I
familiar
don't
with
know
her.
who. No, I don't know who that is, but Adam and Harmony in the same sentence, just like, wow, oh my God. Because, okay, so I have four children, y'all. It goes Devlin, Harmony, Chelsea Rose, and AJ. Devlin and Harmony share a father, and that is Adam Nolan.
Yeah, I remember when I got an update on Adam Montgomery, and I scared the crap out of you because I said Adam Montgomery and Harmony. I did, and you're like, "Who?" And I'm like, "Oh, not your daughter, not your daughter, not your
Oh
Adam,
my God.
or, your ex Adam." Um,
Both my ex Adams, because AJ's dad, ironically enough, is Adam too. Both my ex Adams are in prison, and Harmony's in Carmichael, California.
yeah, yeah, and, I mean, I'll tell you, these cases, there's so many similarities in the dynamics. So it's just a lot to take in. But that's why people are so keen, like, on waiting for and listening for cues. Yeah, we do need we do need the police to come out. And I did ask, the detective, where's the best information that I can get? And she's like, we're just not putting anything out. Um, you know, Matt being the last person to talk to Devlin, I would hope, I would really hope, and I know that their relationship wasn't the best, you know? Um, yeah, no, and we're not here to judge. We're here to just what we're here to do is find out the facts, right? As quickly as we can get, you know, as closely as we can get Cinderella. Hey, Sandwich, good to see you. And it's like we just need to get to the bottom of it. The details matter, the truth matters, but really just getting to the bottom of it.
Bring my baby home. I just need my son.
Chuchi says this is the time to get the state attorney involved, in my opinion.
Okay, can somebody clarify exactly who that is? Because I've even left voicemails for the governor in the beginning of this case. The news won't talk to me. No, nobody will talk to me.
Yeah. Well, and
Only on phone.
I know that there hasn't been many news video, that I could find, but I mean, I think there were 3 or 4, that I could find, and it
Devlin
just
has not gotten near enough coverage that he deserves.
I agree with that, and that's why I just can't with this craziness, and I'm glad that you came up and addressed it, and, I'm glad that we were able to address
We
it.
are out of it.
Oh, thank you, Choo Choo. Choo Choo says the state attorney is high up in LE, and I sent the information to Lady Freedom. Thank you. Thank you. And then also, Detroit, I'll look out for the phone number for that other guy as well. Yes, he did have his own bank account. Gosh, he did.
Yep.
He did. No, I don't think there was any polygraphs given. Well, I know that for a fact. Well, Sabrina said she called Steve Wilkos to see if he could give one, um, and he hasn't gotten back. But hey, Shadow, just wanted to jump in and say hello. Hey, Veronica, thanks for being here. Lady, my professional red flag detector is going off. It appears that there is a strong possibility of generational family SA and abuse. I worry about the other kids left in this dynamic. I agree. I agree. And that's one thing that I don't think should be overlooked. I think all things should be considered, you know. And Sandwich wants to know, Jessica, uh, in your heart, what happened to Devlin?
I think that a fight broke out between him, Will, and Sabrina that day. Will took things a little too far, and Sabrina was a part of it. Tammy has guilty knowledge. I wholeheartedly believe that they did something to my son. I just cannot prove it.
Yeah, and
He
again,
didn't run. If he ran, I would have heard from him by now.
yeah. Um, I don't know how true this is, but I did hear about Will and Devlin not getting along. Like, okay, so I know certain people didn't get along with Devlin, particularly Matt. I heard Will didn't. And then I also understand that him and Sabrina had something going on at that time, you know. So, but do you know if there's any truth to the Will and Devlin not getting along?
Yep, and somebody else can vouch for that for me too. The person that I was dating at the time, my best friend, we tried to make the long distance thing work and it didn't. He's in Jackson, Michigan. But Devlin had come to both of us saying that Will was threatening him, threatening to put hands on him. Him and Will did not get along. There is a screenshot along with the voice clip that I sent you within a week of Devlin going missing when it came to the guardianship, where Devlin states that he was going rounds, meaning fighting, with Tammy, Will, and Sabrina. And then his voice in that voice clip all shaky asking me, what did I say when Sabrina asked me about adult guardianship? Simple. When she asked me about adult guardianship over my son, I told her where she could go shove it.
Yeah, well, did you listen to the part where Sabrina was talking about how she was wanting Devlin to kinda go out and see you for, like, a week or something? Or
Oh
did
my god. I was cussing out my phone.
mm, well, I mean, and I understand that it's, you know, and I don't wanna, you know, pit you guys against each other or
She's
anything
so,
like that, but
she's
I was
so
just
funny.
curious because I I somewhat understand, like, where she's coming from
If
in
it was
terms
the
of,
truth, if it
you
was the
know.
truth, I could understand where she was coming from. But every single thing she said was a lie. And I like how too she was constantly stuttering and stammering over her words for one, and then for two, right before she would start lying through her teeth. Oh, I'm not gonna lie, and then she lies.
Well, and the chat was pointing that out. I do remember that as a theme in the chat that day. I do not know if everyone has been interviewed by law enforcement separately. I do know that someone went to the house. Well, what Sabrina said was that there were officers dispatched to Tamra at that time, and then she was out searching for Devlin, and the officers were dispatched out to her location as well. And Women's Warrior says, looking at all the messages, I don't think anyone in the family was nice to Devlin, and anyone who cared about him, they tried to isolate him from him having contact with safe people, in my opinion.
They hated the fact he was talking to me.
there was a lot of tension surrounding talking with you on the phone, which I mean, I personally don't see anything wrong with it, especially because Devlin was kind of, trying to find, you know, his family members and things like that, right? He was talking with Tina, he was trying to get in touch with Adam, he was trying to, get in touch with you all the time. He liked to call Sandra, like, he was a very loving person, he loved a lot of
He was talking to Aunt Dot and Baldwin, which I had mentioned is, not even a relation to me. Technically, she's my ex-boyfriend's aunt. They would call and be on the phone together all the time. He was calling his 8-year-old sister's dad. He was calling my daughter's dad in California and talking to him. He was calling Isabel Andreas, who I refer to as my mom in California, that does actually have plaque psoriasis. I've seen it. I know what it looks like. I know where it's located. And Will's face is not plaque psoriasis.
I think it more so is like around your hairline, and there's different spots where it does appear. More
It
so,
doesn't look like defensive
yeah.
wounds. Plaque psoriasis does not resemble defensive wounds.
My apologies. I clicked and I just pushed myself right out of the way. That's fantastic. Okay, sorry about that. So I'm trying to get where was Sabrina's husband that morning? So Sabrina said that she had up, um, and he had went into the bathroom and then he had left for the day. So that was around 7:30 AM. And then her and Will left out for their odd jobs that they had to do for the day. Is what Sabrina said. So
I'd like to know who she did the odd job for, and if somebody could talk to whoever she did the odd job for and verify what time she actually showed up and what time she actually left.
oh, no worries, Sandwich. You could ask did they have a history of fights, her and the boyfriend?
I don't know. This William Hartman guy is pretty much a mystery to me as well.
Well, I will say that Devlin did. I remember that text message that we had shared about, Devlin said he was going rounds with Will and Sabrina.
Yeah, but previous to that and previous to him telling Ray Ray and I that he was threatening to put hands on him, other than that, I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? There was a little bit of like an echo on there. I'm sorry.
I said, other than that one time, and then the time that he had told me and Ray Ray that Will was threatening to put hands on him, other than those two instances, I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Like
And thank you
Chris
to
said, Will is pretty much a mystery to me.
Yeah, I was wondering, I was gonna ask her, I didn't wanna, get too personal, but I was gonna ask, because it seemed like her and her husband had a pretty good relationship. It seems like Devlin was doing good over there, so I didn't know how you met Will or, like, when he came into her life and things like that. Um, do you want me to send you the Ed Golders? Yes, please. Please, 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 Detroit, his phone number. I don't know if we should put it in the chat, but, I mean, we can definitely reach out to him. I would love to reach out to him too. Um, again, I will. And abusers do isolate their victims, Faye. It's true.
AJ's dad. I was held for months on end against my will AJ's dad is currently serving time in prison for everything he did to me, knowing I was pregnant with our son. And
Mm.
one night he had abducted me from my own home right after Chelsea Rose's dad went to work. He's a third shift security guard. He abducted me out of my own home, held me against my will for months on end. To this day, and it doesn't matter, he's my son. I love him either way. But to this day, I cannot tell y'all if AJ is a product of consensual sex or a product of rape. It don't matter. He's my son.
Well, and and I mean, I'm so sorry that you had to deal with that. You know, you really need to be able to catch a break and catch your breath, and we just really need to find Devlin. And you know, I mean, I think at this point, everybody just needs to be looked into.
Now, I've got nothing to hide. Like I said, they are more than welcome to come search my home again. They're not going to find them, but they're more than welcome to come and search. I just want my son found. Bring my son home for the holidays. I'm sure you
Thank
would
you.
love to see him, wouldn't you, AJ?
I'm gonna fix it, Rosebud. I have to figure out how to get this dual live stream thing off of here because it's crazy. Um, that's a good question. What was the relationship to Matt and Will, and why did that day of Devlin's court couldn't Sabrina have taken him? I think that's a good question. Um, with
That would have
Matt,
been a good question for Sabrina the other day.
yeah, yeah. I think people were also asking in the chat too. So Matt is Devlin's adopted brother, and then Will would be Sabrina's boyfriend. So they're just kind of more. Well, Sabrina isn't married to Will yet, or if they're, I don't know if they're planning on doing that, but either way, so they're kind of like, just Sabrina's boyfriend. But I don't know why Sabrina wouldn't have taken him to court the next day, because it's to my knowledge that Matt's son was living at Sandra's.
To my knowledge, he was living out of his car in front of Sandra's house. Now, since Devlin went missing, supposedly he lives with a girlfriend. But I don't know. I don't believe anything coming out of Matt's mouth anymore. If I ever did to begin with.
Yeah, well,
I know.
yeah, well, and I mean, it's hard to believe right now anything. I mean, because anything's possible, but it's hard to believe. And, oh, was Matt and Will ever friends? Do you know?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I wish I could know a little bit more about that. And I wanted to talk more, but I know we were on for a while. But yeah, I'm curious to know because my thing is that it would have been, they would have had to drive him to Berry County, obviously, and then, if that guy was living in, excuse me, John, Matt's son was living in his vehicle, then he would have had to leave out and go get Devlin, bring him all the way back to Berry County, and then bring him all the way back. So it would make sense for Sabrina to take him unless she had something else going on.
Sabrina was constantly refusing to give him rides places. Just because she didn't like his attitude half the time. But I mean, if she would have treated him correctly, then she wouldn't have gotten any shit from my son.
Right. Well, yeah. Yeah. I mean, and the thing is too is I believe what Detroit is saying to be true as well, that he was reaching out to family, and find family probably because he wanted to be accepted and loved and cared about by his, other biological family too, right? Like he was seeking out family, support, love. Yeah. Um, thank you, Sam.
He
She says I
he
have
he
questions. I got them written down.
Devlin would call Raj dad, even though Raj isn't his dad. He would call Raj dad just because of the fact that it was his sister's dad. It's Chelsea Rose's daddy.
Well, and it just goes to show that he was just looking for just everywhere he could be loved and accepted. And Women's Warrior says, Lady, just a thought, but the family will probably have declined the 6K being used for a PI as they don't want to get caught allegedly, in my opinion. Well, that's one reason, right? Yeah, I mean,
It wasn't the Tates that refused to use the money for a PI. It's Mary.
well, that's a good point too, Jessica. Thank you for clarifying that.
Not that I'm sticking up for the Tates by any means, but
No, but right is right. I appreciate your honesty, and that takes integrity to, do that. To be honest, to look at it in an honest way, even though, you have your opinions, which is, I mean, I do think they were making everything more difficult. Yes, and I don't know if they really realized, here's the thing that I've been kind of going over in my own head. Um, were they truly trying to teach Devlin a lesson, or was there more to it? Was it just to have control over him? Because teaching someone a lesson or thinking you're doing something for their own good is a little bit different than doing it just to make their life more miserable or make things more difficult, right? Throw another rock in their backpack, so to speak, when they're already carrying a backpack full of rocks.
my son was not allowed to use the electricity to charge his phone. That is an emergency device. What if he was out walking somewhere, something happened, and there was an emergency, and he had to call 911, and his phone battery is dead because he wasn't allowed to use the electric at the house?
It's absolutely a dangerous situation, in my opinion. And that's one thing that stood up to me to begin with was just, being cut off from the resources. I'm like, oh, that's not good, what's going on there? And Justice for Nuke says, only was CPS could have took him, was if the court hearings missed repeatedly or compliance, but I don't know how these people were approved is odd. All is odd and fishy. This family needs arrested if mom has proof.
I've talked to a CPS worker in the state of Michigan since Devlin's case, and she told me that if she was the caseworker on Devlin's case when I lost him, that I never would have lost him.
I mean, like I said, I struggle with it too because according to the document, the Teats didn't have a better living situation. It was like, well, we're just going to do this. And in my opinion, that document says it all. And in my opinion, CPS doesn't ever like to be held accountable. And neither do the judges, and neither do the family courts or the guardian ad litems. They are never held accountable or responsible for their bad decisions. And we see it all the time. I know some social workers who are fantastic people, and they don't deserve to be lumped into that lump of crap that I'm referring to. But in my opinion, the system failed Devlin over and over and over and over and over and over.
And they're continuing to do so by him not being found.
Veronica, according to Mary, she said that she knew Devlin since he was 6 or 8 years old.
I would like to thank Woman's Warrior for her comment that was just up there.
Well, and that's true, Sandwich, like Chris Proudfoot thinking he's helping Sebastian, but he's, beating, the autism out of him, like, that's never gonna work, I agree. And I think the CPS failed Jessica as well. I think the system failed Jessica as well. Aw. Detroit says, "I'm so sorry, Jessica. That is traumatic. Thank God AJ has you as his mama. God bless you."
Thank you. And thank you, Woman's Warrior, too.
Oh, yes, Women's Warrior is very good. Women's Warrior is very good.
She had a comment up there that I'd really like to thank her for.
Is it this one?
Yep.
You should maybe have the subscribers and members meeting to plan, share ideas to start fundraising for Jessica so we can get these balls rolling. Christmas is coming, perfect fundraising opportunity. Yes. Yeah, and it is, guys. It really is.
With all this going on, it's looking like AJ ain't gonna have a Christmas.
Well, I'll tell you what,
I gotta get home. Devlin needs to be found.
it's just there's so many things that need to happen and fall into place, but I do know that we have a great community of people, and where there's a need, where there's a will, there's a way, so no,
My
Panda
my
Bear's mom is not Mary, she is Laura Cobb.
my biggest concern right now, and the biggest thing on my plate right now is where's Devlin?
Well, and Veronica, you're thinking kind of how I was thinking is I'm wondering what the real connection with Panda Bear's mom truly is, because she is friends with Mary. According to her, she's friends with Mary Munch, and that is who has the reward fund. And she told Jessica and myself that she did not know Devlin, but then all of a sudden in my chat one day, she was telling people she did know him from around the neighborhood.
Yeah, it's either you knew my son or you didn't. You can't have it both ways.
It doesn't work both ways, right? It's if you didn't know him, that's okay, but you could still fight for him. I don't know Sebastian. I wish I would have known him. I
You
wish I
don't
did know him. I wish he was with his dad.
you don't know Devlin.
I don't know Devlin. And that's it. So I don't know if Panda's just like an opportunist that she says, I'm gonna jump on this and make some money because she was trying to buy up stuff and sell it. I mean, you just don't do that. Um, if she was really wanting to help, she would just go out there and pass out flyers and give out the keychains if that's really what her heart's doing or what God tells her and whatnot.
But don't try to profit off my son.
It's just, and don't tell people that they're working, she's working because a lot of this stuff, I feel like she was, telling people, "I'm working with Jessica, buy my keychains." Well, that's terrible. If that's the case, that's not
CPS is
that's
good.
not okay.
Oh my God, you're absolutely correct.
I'm sorry, Jessica, what'd you say?
Somebody just had a comment up there about CPS has failed so many children and
Oh,
they're missing. Like, yeah, like she is so right on that. She's so correct on so many levels.
yeah. Yeah, and look, it's every single day, and, I'm grateful to know about Devlin's case, and I will, give that to
Martinez.
their mom.
From all you people in Michigan, does the name Jocelyn Martinez ring a bell?
Who?
Jocelyn Martinez. She was a 2-year-old little girl. That was a big case in the Grand Rapids area. She's also my goddaughter.
So Detroit is asking, so Matt would be Devlin's uncle and Tamara would be his grandmother. If Tim was his father, how did Tim come into the picture and how did the Hatfields get control?
The Hatfields. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay. So Tim
I know
is
it's
a
confusing.
Hatfield.
It's confusing.
Okay, so Tim is a Hatfield. Tim is my ex-husband, Tammy's son. Tim is my husband. Well, ex-husband. Oh my god. Which would make him Devlin's stepfather. Tim signed the birth certificate, and my thinking at that point in time, it'd be better, with Adam the way he is. I mean, come on, he's in prison for killing Tia. I thought it would be better to keep Devlin away from that. Tim signed the birth certificate. Me and Tim got married when Devlin was 9 months old. That would make Tim the stepfather, which would in turn make his mother, Tammy, his step grandmother, which would in turn make Matt his step uncle. Now, fast forward to the adoption. Tammy's parents, Tim's mother, uh, her parents adopted my son, which made my son Tammy and Matt's brother because Tammy and Matt are siblings.
Thank you. And I was about to put the tree up again, and I know it's not the best one, but it kind of helps, figure things out a little bit more.
Devlin was born Devlin Lee Hatfield. When he got adopted, it turned Tate.
Right, because you and Tim Hatfield were married, and that's
Yep,
Tamara's
my
son.
last yep, my last name used to be Hatfield.
And I noticed like a lot of the missing posters were, Devlin Lee Hatfield Tate.
Yep, because that's what Devlin decided to go by on one of his Facebook profiles. He wanted to go back to his birth name.
Aw. See, and to me, and maybe this is just me getting a little bit too philosophical, but I think that Devlin was really trying to figure out who he was, what he wanted to do, who he wanted to be, and he's a young man, he's coming into his own, and
Yeah,
I just
he,
feel
he,
like,
he was
he was trying to
18 going
find
on 19. He needed to discover who he was. But by him not knowing his biological family, how could he do that?
right.
I mean, granted, I know who my biological family was. I was adopted at 13, but I'm adopted too. My son was adopted as a baby.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes it's a good thing, sometimes it's a not so good thing. Sometimes you still, even if you have a great support system in one side of the family, sometimes when you do become of age or you have kids of your own, you start looking for the other pieces of your family.
I mean, the chromosome deletion that he shares with Sebastian, he got that from me. He shares that same deletion with his brother AJ. Now, the only difference between AJ and Devlin is AJ's also got a duplicate, and the deletion and the duplicate play against each other, which is why AJ constantly throws up, which is why he's now NPO and on a feeding tube. He
Yeah.
didn't get the duplicate from me. That's either new to him or he got it from Adam Padilla. But the deletion, both of the boys got that from me.
Right, because you have it and they have it. So,
Yeah.
and Chuchi says with that document I found about the court, in my opinion, um, the state attorney office needs to explain why the judge let that happen, why they took Devlin away from his mama, in my opinion.
Yeah, only for him to go missing now. And he wasn't in my care when he went missing. He didn't live with me. And he's not
I
here
mean,
now.
I think that's really well said, Chi-Chi. I mean, it makes me wonder the same thing, you know?
And the paper that she's referring to, everybody,
Continue.
I did not even know existed.
Wow, and it's just all wrong, you know? I think that's an awesome idea too, Women's Warrior, and it's confusing, Veronica, but, you know, it's important for us to realize everybody, everybody involved, which is a lot of people, and then also, there's also other people out there, that were also, that were around Devlin at that time, that we're looking at. So,
You need to get your little butt back up here in bed. Get up here. What are you doing? You really want
well, and
to turn out?
I know you would too, Detroit. I mean, that's the thing, thanks, Veronica. That's the thing. I know people want to help. But we're gonna keep on going with this and try to just figure out what's happening. I definitely want to get some of the hunters and stuff excited, like Detroit has, about Devlin. I did share. I'll show you guys too, um, really quick because I did share this out. Mm, Here we go. And it is the hunting club, right? And they're on Ionia County Fishing and Hunting Club. And I just sent it out to them, and I hope that they're able to look at it at least and just spread the word to each other, if they can. But it's kind of cut off here, Ionia County Fishing and Hunting Club. And this is from one of my Facebook friends I really appreciate. Um, and it says, "Hi, thanks for contacting us. Send me back a generic message, but this is what I sent them as the flyer." And that's picture of Devlin. And he's just a cutie patootie butt. So I just feel sorry for you, Jessica. I want to be able to help you find your son. I know everybody in the chat feels that way. I know people who have been watching feel that way. Um, you know, we'll make sure we definitely get on the ball too, Detroit, and contact the media and things like that, because it would be nice for you to be able to get out there and speak to Jessica, just so that way we can bring more awareness to Devlin's case.
I just want him found. At the end of the day, that's all that matters. But bring Devlin home.
Yeah.
Where's my baby?
Yeah. And oh, Detroit says, thanks, Jessica, for explaining that again. um, Women's Warrior, that's a powerful statement too. I feel that Devlin was waiting his whole life to turn 18 so he could tell them all he wasn't taking any more BS, and he put his foot down, took back his control, and they didn't like it, and they were at risk. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I see that. I think there was a lot going on.
I
And,
might have some religion, but I believe what I believe. I just hope people can prove me wrong.
yeah, well, and I mean, it's also a good thing to get a better understanding of where everybody is coming from. That way, people feel like they've been heard, and we can try and figure out kind of what happened, right? Because somebody knows something more. I think that's what I keep coming back to is like somebody knows something more
Who do you
than
think then?
they're letting
Which one
on.
didn't get paid?
No, no. That's a good question, Detroit. I don't think that we've ever discussed or asked that. I don't think I remember asking Tamara that, but why do you think that Tamara didn't adopt Devlin? Like, why did the
Huh,
tape split? Why did the tape
because because she couldn't.
Oh, okay, because I always wondered that as well. Like, well, I mean, not that whoever's willing to step in if there needs to be, but I mean, I guess I just find it easier to help people, especially when it's their baby, you just don't wanna take someone's baby from them. I don't know. I don't know. It rubs me the
You
wrong
have
way.
no.
Now, if you were, like,
Yeah.
on the streets and stuff and you were, no offense, but cracked out or something, I mean, then I would be like, "Okay, get
That
clean."
would be a little bit more expected.
Yeah, I can understand that a little bit more, but even so, people can also get off of things and do better, and, you just need resources and support, and you also need to be, ready to do it. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that, a lot of moving parts, but it's not impossible. I just think it's just my opinion.
Well, I mean, if I'm a piece of shit mother and, I medically neglect my children, dude, AJ has more issues than Devlin has. AJ's on a feeding tube. I would not have my son almost 2 years into a feeding tube situation if I medically neglect my children.
Yeah,
And,
yeah,
Hastings, Michigan is a 45-minute drive from Grand Rapids, Michigan, where all of Devlin's medical appointments were. He only missed 2 appointments. Tammy went behind my back and canceled one, and then DHS's ride never showed up for another. Now, with AJ's issues, he has to go back and forth to Phoenix every 3 months. I live 3 hours away from Phoenix. AJ makes every single one of his appointments.
yeah. Yeah, you just had one. I know you just had an appointment with him, so
Yeah, he just got his G-tube changed. It has to be changed every 3 months, and I refuse to do it. I'm a high school dropout. I am not in no way, shape, or form sticking a foreign object into my kid's stomach. Nope, I'll leave that up to the professionals. Thank you.
well, that takes a very, what is it, introspective or just someone with self-awareness to know, like, look, I'm not equipped to do this, and I feel more comfortable if a professional would handle my child, and that as a mother is a decision that I think is a good one, especially if you don't feel comfortable because it's medical, I definitely. Cheryl says, how did Tamara treat Devlin as a baby? Was she a grandma to him?
Mm, I can only speak to the way Tammy treated Devlin as a baby for the time that I had Devlin. I can't speak to anything after that.
Yeah.
And I mean, I guess at that point in time, she was grandmotherly, but he went into foster care 2 weeks before he turned 6 months old, and I lost him shortly after a year old. So, I mean, I can't really speak to that.
Yeah. I appreciate your honesty and, you know. don't just make it up as you go. So I appreciate that. You know, aw, no worries, Faye. No, I appreciate you. Um, well, Jessica, is there anything else that you want to say tonight? I know it's been a long live, and I appreciate you being up here.
I just want my son found. At the end of the day, nothing else matters. You know, Panda Bear's mom and anybody else that wants to start drama and make profit off my son, I am not here to make friends by any way, shape, or form. I am here to find my son. That is it. That is all. You know, if I make some friends along the way in the process, more power to me. But that is not what I'm here for. I'm here to find my son. Where is Devlin? Bring Devlin home for the holidays. Y'all get to spend the holidays with your family soon, making memories. Give that to my son. Both my sons.
Yeah, and you deserve that too, Jessica, because I know it's a long time coming that you wanted your son to be with you, and he wanted to be with you too. And you know, I can't see any more that I can say that you haven't already.
I just want my baby found, and I want Tia Randall's family to stay the hell out of this. They don't have anything to do with this. Y'all are further traumatizing Tia's kids. Leave that family alone. Find my son and leave them alone.
Yeah, please, I would encourage people not to spread those rumors around. It's really important that we don't. And honestly, like you said, Jessica, we have to think about people's families. We have to think about how a victim would feel. They do, you know,
Y'all are victimizing Tia by doing that, and she was a good friend of mine. Do not do that to her.
yeah, Tia didn't deserve any of that, right? And then also, it's
I don't know that family. That family don't know me. They didn't know Devlin. There is no connection. I don't want to hear no more of this revenge BS.
yeah, they're not vengeful people either from what Tina has told me, and Tina has, been there. And she is a good-hearted person. I don't want anybody to be hurt. And imagine having such a tragedy, such a public tragedy happen in your family, and then someone turns around and starts blaming your family for another tragic event that happened in someone else's family. Like it's beyond me
Yeah, and I
why
mean, ties
no.
are there. Yeah, Adam killed Tia. Yeah, Adam is Devlin's father, but Tia's family didn't know those ties. So I'm not going to stand for that. Tia was my friend. Leave her family out of it.
Yeah, and prayers for for Tia's family. May she rest in peace, and may they have peace knowing that justice was served in her case. And just, let's focus on finding Devlin, and move on. And hopefully, if people can watch this and understand more and see everything in order and see how it's affecting people in real life and see how it's not helpful to finding Devlin, maybe they'll change that, maybe they'll have a change of heart and put their time to better use.
Thank you, Lady Freedom.
Yeah, so thank you, Jessica, for coming up here, hon. And anytime you want to come up, just let me know. And we'll definitely be keeping an eye out for any type of resources we have. I'll work with you on um, getting a hold of people. We'll make a list and stuff because I know it's a lot of people, a lot of options, but that's a good thing.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, you guys, but when I found all this stuff out today and yesterday, I had to address this. I had to address the Panda Bear's mom issue, and I definitely had to address the Tia issue. I'm not going to stand for that. She can keep my name out of her mouth. I am not working with her. I have not been working with her since day one. You know, I do not enjoy the fact that she's profiting off of my son's case. She's the one that said I wasn't ready to talk. And people just need to leave Tia and her family out of it. They've got no connection.
I
And I've
agree.
had to address that.
Yeah, no, and I think you did a great job of, helping us understand things better, and I'm glad that we compared some notes because then that way, it's not a pity party for anybody except for let's have a search party for Devlin. Let's get searches going. Let's get resources. Let's share his flyer out, please, guys. Share his flyer. Doesn't matter which one, really, just one with his face on it. But
Yeah, please. It's been almost 7 months. The holidays are coming. Bring my baby home.
and thank you, Detroit. No, you guys are great. Ask as many questions as possible, because we do want to make Jessica's time worthwhile, and that's, even when people come in from the family and stuff, we have to ask them questions while they're here. They're giving of their time to be here, and so you know, let's all piece it together and figure this out. And the title, guys, the truth doesn't cost you anything, but a lie can cost you everything. So let's start telling the truth.
If you know something, say something. Speak up. Devlin deserves justice. Please bring my baby home.
We're gonna keep going until we do. Thank you, Faye. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, all of you guys, all of the dragons. Thank you guys. You guys are amazing. Jessica, I will talk to you soon.
Have a great night, Lady Freedom. Thank you so much for everything.
You're
I just
welcome.
want
You too.
everyone
Try to
to
get some sleep. Take care of yourself. Make sure you're eating enough.
have 109 pounds and good luck getting sleep. AJ's awake.
You got to get enough water. Coffee's not a food group. I need to tell myself that as well.
I beg to differ. Coffee's my main food group. At least it'll
Yes.
last almost 7 months.
Yes. Oh yeah, it is one of my main ones too. All right, Jessica, you take care. We'll keep in touch and we'll keep on sharing Devlin's flyer. You got a lot of good people who care.
Thank you, and thank you for everybody that tuned in tonight. I really appreciate you all.
Aw, thank you. All right, guys. You guys have a great night, and I will see you guys tomorrow. I'll do a day show. So,
Bye, Lady Freedom.
bye, Jess.